My name is Vivian, and I live with my husband George and our 2-year-old son Michael. Vivian, today marks 3 years since we started dating, doesn't it? George said, breaking the silence. Yes, it does. Time flies so fast, I replied, sensing something different in his tone. What's wrong, George? You seem a bit off, I asked with concern. Vivian, there's something I want to tell you today, George began hesitantly. I want you to marry me, he continued, echoing his proposal. Over the years, we had shared countless moments together. Initially, time with George was bliss for me, wrapped in his kindness and thoughtfulness. I felt genuinely happy. However, as days turned into years, the daily bustle and other factors began to change our relationship. Hey, Vivian, didn't I say I wanted roast beef today? Why is it just leftovers from yesterday? George interrupted my thoughts. I'm sorry, George. I have to take care of Michael. I can't prepare anything too complicated, I explained, feeling a pang of guilt. I don't need such excuses. Parenting is just taking care of Michael, right? Stop making such a big deal out of it, George snapped, his frustration palpable. Working at my parents' company is tough. Well, I'm going to be the next president, so I have to endure it, he continued, his tone condescending. George worked at my in-laws' company, spending his days buried in work. Despite this, his efforts often seemed ordinary, and he struggled to meet his quotas. Who's making a big deal here? I don't need dinner tonight. Oh, I might not come home tonight. I have golf with a senior from work tomorrow. So take care of things at home and make sure to prepare a proper dinner tonight, okay? George's words stung, leaving me speechless. The taste is so bland. You really can't do anything right nowadays, he remarked later that evening, further straining our already tense atmosphere. Smiles and meaningful conversations like those in our early days of marriage dwindled, replaced by George's frequent absences. Even on weekends, he prioritized outings with friends and hobbies over family time. During maternity leave, I dedicated myself to protecting our family, waking early to care for Michael and manage household chores. Despite my efforts, exhaustion and unspoken feelings toward George began to weigh heavily on me. Occasionally, I found solace in memories of our early marriage, the happy moments and George's infectious smile. Yet it was clear that things had changed. Mom, Michael hugged me with a smile. Michael's innocent joy brought a brief respite. Lately, he had started calling me Mom more often, a small comfort in the midst of growing distance between George and me. I spent my days hoping our relationship would rekindle as Michael grew. However, deep down, I knew our bond had already cooled. One morning, as I tidied the room before George left for work, I noticed him descending from the second floor, not in his usual suit, but in casual clothes I had never seen before. They must be new. Aren't you supposed to be at work today? I asked, puzzled. I'm going to work. I don't need a suit today, George replied dismissively. Seriously, stop nagging me. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Don't butt in every time, he retorted sharply, leaving me at a loss for words. I was just asking, that's what's annoying. Anyway, I'm leaving now, George said, his departure through the front door feeling like an escape. I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't heading to his office. Where was he going? I tried not to dwell on the answer. The distance between George and me seemed to widen with each passing day. Our conversations became scarce, tinged with a cold atmosphere. The smiles and kindness from our past felt like distant memories. Now, his words were laced with criticism and sarcasm. Whether he commented on my cooking or cleaning, his sharp remarks pierced my heart. Was it all my fault? Days were spent in self-doubt, questioning why our relationship had changed so drastically. Time passed without clarity. Despite my efforts in managing the household and caring for Michael, it never seemed enough for George. The decrease in conversation and his cold demeanor hurt deeply. His once kind and considerate words had been replaced by constant critique. Something inside me broke. My love for George faded and memories of happier times became distant. A sense of indifference replaced the emptiness in my heart. What was the point of everything I had done so far? Mom, look, I made this. Michael's voice interrupted my thoughts. Oh wow, that's amazing. Did you draw this? I asked, genuinely impressed. Yeah, this one's a dog, and this is a cat, Michael explained proudly. You're really good at drawing, Michael. I praised him, his smile warming my heart. As time passed, my feelings shifted. As my love for George waned, my love for Michael deepened. Watching him grow, I began seriously considering my future. specifically divorce. I couldn't continue in a relationship where George barely contributed to parenting, let alone fulfilling his role as a father. The prospect of liberation from George seemed more overwhelming than daunting. However, one concern weighed on me. On the way to a promised meeting with Michael's grandparents, we arrived at their doorstep. "Hello, Mother." "Hi, Grandma." Michael greeted them warmly. "Hello, Michael. Have you grown taller again?" Grandma exclaimed with joy. "Really?" "Yay!" Michael cheered, delighted by her praise. "It's good to see you. Come on in, Grandma. Welcome us inside." "Thank you, I will." It was George's parents, my in-laws. Despite my frayed relationship with George, they had always been a source of comfort. They ran a nearby business and had shown unwavering kindness and support towards Michael and me. "That's right, I bought some delicious sweets at the station. I'll serve them with coffee now. Please have a seat and relax," Grandma insisted kindly. "Let me help," I offered. No, it's fine. You must be tired from childcare. Just have a seat. You need to rest when you can," Grandma reassured me. "Thank you, Mother," I replied gratefully. My in-laws treated me like their own daughter. Their presence was a soothing balm. They invited us over almost every week, genuinely interested in our well-being. Their voices were always kind, like comforting music to me. They cherished their time with Michael, showering him with toys and playing with him every chance they got. I experienced their kindness deeply, feeling genuinely cherished. Sometimes my father-in-law would take Michael to a nearby park because he knew Michael loved birds. He even bought him a bird book once. These thoughtful gestures deepened our bond. My in-laws listened attentively to my troubles, including issues with George and domestic difficulties. They responded with understanding and compassion. Their words of encouragement and advice filled me with gratitude, bringing a warm breeze into our home. Their kindness was a great help. "I'm worried if George is causing you trouble," my mother-in-law once remarked with a troubled smile, as my father-in-law played with Michael. I couldn't help but reply with a smile. Perhaps she sensed the complexity of my relationship with George. "No, it's fine," I assured her, though her worried smile lingered. My father-in-law also showed concern for my well-being, often creating new recipes for me, knowing my love for delicious food. His thoughtful gestures and the times he comforted me while playing with Michael brought me peace. "Michael, what kind of animal shall we see next time?" my father-in-law asked playfully. "I want to see big fish next time," Michael exclaimed excitedly. "All right, let's go to the aquarium next time," my father-in-law suggested, eliciting a joyful yay from Michael. Watching them interact, I couldn't help but smile. Michael adored his grandparents, showing them a carefree smile that rarely graced his face with George. "Vivian, feel free to talk to us about anything," my mother-in-law said kindly as we were leaving. Her words pained my heart a bit. Little did she know, I was contemplating divorce from George. I didn't want to burden my in-laws or sadden them. Even if my relationship with George couldn't be repaired, I cherished my bond with my in-laws and wanted Michael to continue enjoying his time with them. I was apprehensive about opening up to them about George, fearing their reaction. Just as these worries occupied my mind, an unexpected incident unfolded. My in-laws had kindly offered to take care of Michael, allowing me to enjoy a cafe outing with a friend. "It's been a long time since we've had a cafe like this, hasn't it?" my friend remarked as we sat down, sipping our coffee. "Really, Vivian, you've seemed busy recently," she observed with concern. "Have I?" I replied vaguely, trying to brush off the worry in her eyes. "Hey, Vivian, has something happened with your husband recently?" My friend hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "What do you mean?" I asked, tilting my head in confusion. "Well, actually, I saw something the other day. I saw your husband walking with a woman. I don't know." My friend's voice trailed off, her expression troubled. For a moment, my mind went blank. Deep down, though, a part of me wasn't surprised. Reflecting on George's recent behavior, there had been signs I had chosen to ignore. My friend held my hand silently, her eyes conveying understanding. "Vivian, I think you should talk to George," she finally said gently. "Yeah, maybe. I haven't been myself lately," I admitted quietly, feeling the weight of her concern. "That's why I invited you to a cafe today," she explained softly. "Is that so? Sorry for worrying you," I apologized. "Don't apologize, Vivian. Whatever decision you make about George, I'm on your side," she assured me warmly. "Thank you," I replied gratefully, parting ways with her and heading home. Although I was initially shocked by the startling truth, strangely, I felt calm now, even a bit relieved. This revelation gave me the clarity to end my relationship with George without hesitation. Imagining a future living just with Michael, despite the uncertainties, strengthened my resolve. I needed to be strong for Michael's sake. "I'm home," I announced as I entered the house. "Ah, today was exhausting." "Welcome back," George greeted me casually, not noticing my subdued demeanor. "Hey," I started, my voice steady but firm, "I've been waiting for your return." As George carelessly threw his bag on the sofa. In a low voice, I told him, "George, we need to talk." "Can it wait until after dinner?" George replied, visibly annoyed. "No, I want to talk about it now," I insisted. "What now?" "Such a hassle," George grumbled, avoiding eye contact. "Well, this situation is your fault, isn't it?" I confronted him. "Huh? What are you talking about?" George looked puzzled, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. "I heard from my friend. Is it true that you were walking with another woman?" I pressed, my voice steady. George's reaction was undeniable confirmation. His face changed color instantly, and his eyes darted around, searching for an escape. "That must be a mistake. Your friend saw, right?" George stammered. "She heard your voice and even knows the store you two went into." "Shall I confirm it with the store staff?" I challenged, feeling a surge of boldness. "It's useless to hide it," I continued as George struggled for words. "Damn it," George spat out bitterly, his anger surfacing. "Yeah, that's right. Her name is Zoe. Unlike you, she's perfect at work, in housekeeping, and she's cute. She even said she likes me, even though I'm married." "Yeah, that just shows how attractive I am, right?" George mocked, his tone cutting. "I loved you, George, even though you're married," he mimicked Zoe's words. Would a normal woman approach a married man like that? There must be more to it, I reasoned, but George's dismissive attitude was clear. "Why should I feel bad for you and Michael? You should be ashamed for not supporting me more in my hard work," George retorted defensively. "I heard from your father and mother that you hadn't even met your work quotas. Can you still say you're working hard?" I shot back, feeling the weight of disappointment. "I'm doing things my way. I'm going to be the next president, so don't interfere," George asserted arrogantly. "I doubt you'll ever become president," I stated quietly, my resolve hardening. "What did you say?" George's voice rose. "Fine, I'm done with you. Let's divorce," I declared firmly, unable to bear his excuses any longer. "I'll divorce you and marry Zoe. Do whatever you want," George pointed at me, his words sharp and hurtful. "Don't talk bad about Zoe. You're just jealous of her, aren't you?" George accused, misinterpreting my stunned silence for shock. "That's not the case," I replied quietly. "I'll show you. You'll regret this when you come begging to me later," George shouted angrily, storming out of the house, likely heading to Zoe's place. Impulsively, I tried to follow him but tripped over a slightly lifted carpet edge. I fell hard, hitting my back against the table with a sharp pain I had never felt before. Overwhelmed by the intense agony, I groaned, unable to move. Crawling towards my smartphone nearby, I dialed for an ambulance as darkness threatened to engulf me. "Mom, where am I?" Michael's voice brought me back when I woke up. I lay in the hospital bed, my head spinning and my body itching all over. A nurse quickly came to my aid and called a doctor. Seeing my anxious state, they explained what had happened and tried to calm my nerves. "It's okay, you'll gradually recover," the nurse assured me. "Yes, thank you," I managed, trying to absorb the news. "Anyway, it's good that your life isn't in danger," the doctor added. However, the results of the subsequent examination shocked me deeply. The fall had caused spinal cord damage, making it difficult for me to walk. I was informed that I would need a wheelchair, and my life would change drastically. After being discharged, life at home proved more challenging than I had anticipated. I realized I couldn't manage household chores, childcare, or even take care of myself alone. At the suggestion of my in-laws, I decided to live with them for a while. Since I couldn't rely on George for help and with Michael there too, I had no choice but to lean on their kindness. They must have been suspicious of George's absence despite my condition. I knew I had to tell them the truth soon. Just as I contemplated this, the front door of my in-laws' house swung open with a loud noise. "George, where have you been?" Ignoring calls when Vivian is in such a condition, my mother-in-law scolded as George entered. So, she's really in a wheelchair, huh? George scoffed, looking at my condition. A useless woman who can't do household chores or childcare is of no use to me. Hurry up and divorce me and pay me compensation for all the trouble. How can you say such a thing to Vivian? My father-in-law interjected, shocked. It's okay, Mom, Dad, I murmured weakly, feeling the weight of George's callous words. Vivian, let's get a divorce, George declared coldly. I'm sorry, Father, Mother, I whispered, tears welling up in my eyes. I couldn't stay with George anymore. Surprisingly, his cruel words didn't sting. They simply confirmed that my love for him had completely faded. Contrary to my in-law's surprise, George seemed oddly cheerful. Good that you understand now. I can freely marry Zoe, George remarked casually. George, were you seeing another woman? My father-in-law interjected, taken aback. Yeah, so what? What's the big deal? George shrugged. Despite having Vivian, she's boring, not particularly cute, and can't handle housework or childcare properly. How can you say that? My mother-in-law exclaimed, shocked. Vivian has been trying so hard with housework and raising Michael. Yeah, whatever, George dismissed, his tone callous. Anyway, I've decided to be with Zoe. Dad, it's time to hand over the company to me. You're getting old. Nonsense. I won't let someone like you take over the company, my father-in-law retorted firmly. Come on, who else is there but me? Anyway, I'm busy, so send me the divorce papers by mail, okay? George concluded, nonchalant. After separating from George, I started a new life. Currently, I live comfortably in a house recommended by my in-laws. With the help of a caretaker, they suggested my daily life feels easier than before. However, amidst this calm, an unexpected development awaited. One day, while peacefully passing time, the doorbell rang. Glancing at the monitor, I saw George standing outside, his face a mix of confusion and desperation. Hey, Vivian, what the hell is going on? George blurted out. George, what's up? I replied calmly, masking my surprise. I got fired from the company. I suppose Dad just keeps saying it can't be helped, George confessed, his desperation evident. Oh dear, I murmured sympathetically. Mom and Dad are saying you're no longer our son. We're cutting ties with you, George continued, his voice tinged with disbelief. That's tough, I responded quietly, trying to process his sudden vulnerability. I didn't know about the stocks. I had no idea you owned 90% of my parents' company's stocks. Why didn't you tell me? George pleaded. Because you never asked, I replied evenly. You're supposed to disclose that kind of thing, even if I don't ask. So, what do you want to say in the end? I asked, trying to gauge his intentions. You know what I want. I want you to cancel my dismissal. You're the one who fired me, right? If you own that much of the company, you can undo my firing, George implored desperately. That's right. Please, Vivian. I've been rejected from all other company interviews. No other company will hire me except the current one, George pleaded, his desperation palpable. If you thought that, you should have worked more seriously. I'll work seriously from now on, so please cancel my firing. You don't have to worry about being fired. Zoe can support you, can't she? Zoe dumped me the moment she realized I couldn't become president. She was only interested in my position, George admitted bitterly. I thought as much, I replied calmly, my heart unmoved. Please, Vivian, you're all I have left. Let's get married again. It would be better for you too, right? George proposed, his voice tinged with hope. I was stunned by his words. What are you even saying? You're in a wheelchair, right? You need my help, and Michael needs his father, George pressed, trying to sway me. My anger surged at his audacity. How dare you say such things? I'm sorry, but the lady does not wish to speak with you anymore, Jack, the helper, interjected firmly before I could respond. Huh? Who are you? George demanded, taken aback. I'm talking to Vivian, Jack replied sternly. As I said, the lady does not wish to converse with you. That can't be. Vivian needs me, George protested desperately. That's right, I'll say it again. I have nothing to say to you, and I don't want to see you ever again, I affirmed firmly through Jack. Why, Vivian? If you leave me too, then. George began, but Jack forcefully turned off the monitor. I found myself oddly captivated by Jack's rare display of anger. He was slightly older than me, introduced as a helper by my in-laws. Stern yet kind, Jack had grown close to Michael and become an indispensable part of our lives. Now, what? I mused aloud, watching Jack with newfound respect. Eventually, I heard that George, abandoned by Zoe and his parents, was walking a lonely path. However, his fate no longer concerned me. Whatever his situation, he had no part in my life anymore. Supported by my in-laws and Jack, I found peace in my new home. With Jack's assistance, I managed household chores and childcare better, slowly regaining confidence in my abilities. Meeting new people and sharing smiles in my daily life, I felt my heart gradually moving in a more positive direction. Though my past with George was challenging, I had overcome it and discovered a new me. Our paths had diverged. George may be filled with regrets on his lonely path, but I was walking towards a new future. This future was filled with peaceful days and happiness, surrounded by beloved people.
I always knew this day would come. Sitting in my childhood home's formal dining room, watching my father pace near the antique sideboard, I could practically recite the lecture before it began. The emergency family meeting text had arrived yesterday, perfectly timed after my sister Olivia's partnership announcement at Morrison & Sterling, the city's most prestigious law firm. Mom had arranged everything with her usual precision. The good china gleamed, crystal glasses caught the late afternoon light, and family members were positioned like chess pieces. Dad at the head of the table, his Morgan Stanley managing director posture perfect. Mom to his right, wearing her concerned expression along with her Cartier necklace. Olivia beside her, practically glowing in her Channel suit. Uncle Robert, Dad's older brother and senior partner at his own investment firm, sat across from me, already shaking his head disapprovingly. Catherine, Dad began, using my full name. Never a good sign. We've gathered everyone here because we're worried about your situation. He spat out the last word like it tasted bitter. I adjusted my simple black blazer, a deliberate choice, like everything else about my appearance today. No designer labels, minimal makeup, my Harvard MBA class ring conspicuously absent. Let them think I couldn't afford better. It made what was coming so much sweeter. Your sister-made partner at 32, Dad continued, gesturing to Olivia, who managed to look both sympathetic and superior. Youngest female partner in the firm's history. While you, he waved his hand vaguely, play entrepreneur with some tech startup nobody's heard of. Mom reached for her wine glass. Darling, we just want to understand. You had such a promising career at Goldman. Vice president at 28. On track for managing director. Then you just walked away. To build apps, Uncle Robert interjected, making apps sound like a communicable disease. 3 years of watching you waste your potential. Your trust fund, which you froze, I reminded him quietly. For your own good, he thundered. Someone had to show some sense. Olivia leaned forward, all practiced courtroom concern. Cat, we know starting over is hard, but Morrison & Sterling always needs good corporate attorneys. With your background, I could probably. Still trying to save me, Liv. I kept my voice neutral, like when you told the family about my failed startup last Christmas. She had the grace to flush. That particular announcement had led to 6 months of interventions, career counselors, and not-so-subtle job listings appearing in my email. Someone had to do something, she defended. You've been working out of that tiny office downtown, driving that old car, living in that starter condo. Mom added sadly. We just want you to have the life you deserve. I checked my phone discreetly. 6:58 p.m. The Wall Street Journal article would go live in 2 minutes, right on schedule. Dad was really hitting his stride now. Your sister-made partner while you play with computers. Do you know what that partnership means? 7 figures base. Bonuses. Corner office. Real success. And what exactly do you have to show for these 3 years? Uncle Robert demanded. What does your company even do? I smiled slightly. Would you like me to explain? Please. Mom jumped in. We've been trying to understand. Actually, I said, I think the Wall Street Journal might explain it better. Mom's phone buzzed. She glanced down automatically, then froze. The color drained from her face. Margaret? Dad frowned. What is it? She turned the phone around shakily. There on the screen was the headline they'd all been too busy judging me to notice coming. QULNTUMSOAUDTIONS VLUD at $4 billion FTRLATEST UNDIGROUND Tech's newest unicorn revolutionizes AI security. My company's logo filled the screen. Below it, my professional headshot and the caption. Catherine Mitchell, 31, founder and CEO of Silicon Valley's most secretive success story. The room went completely silent. That's... Uncle Robert grabbed the phone. This must be a mistake. No mistake, I said calmly. Though that valuation is a bit outdated. After this morning's acquisition, we're closer to $6 billion. Olivia's perfect composure cracked. $6 billion? Would you like to know what my company actually does now? I pulled out my tablet, watching their faces as the reality slowly sank in. Or should we discuss how my playing with computers just revolutionized cybersecurity? Dad sank into his chair, face ashen. But you never said anything. I met his eyes steadily. You never asked. You were too busy planning my intervention to notice my success. Mom's phone started buzzing continuously as notifications poured in. The story was being picked up by other outlets. Soon, every financial news network would be running it. I don't understand, Olivia whispered. All this time, I confirmed. I've been building something revolutionary. That tiny office downtown is actually the smallest space in a building I own. That starter condo is the penthouse at the Morrison. And that old car is a deliberate choice, because true success doesn't need to show off. Uncle Robert was still staring at the phone, scrolling frantically. The board, the investors, include 3 Fortune 500 CEOs and the world's largest tech venture fund, I supplied. We kept things quiet while developing the technology. Security reasons, you understand. The article was detailing exactly what my company had created, an AI-driven quantum security system that made existing encryption obsolete. Every major tech company, government agency, and financial institution would need our technology. And I owned 51% of the company. Dad looked like he'd been punched. Why didn't you tell us? I stood up, smoothing my simple blazer. Because sometimes the best success comes when people underestimate you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a video interview with Bloomberg in an hour. They're doing a special on disruptive tech leaders. As I headed for the door, Mom found her voice. Catherine, wait, please. I turned back. Oh, and Liv? Congratulations on making partner. 7 figures is impressive. I smiled. Let me know when you're ready to discuss real numbers. The last thing I saw as I left was Olivia's face as she did the math on my net worth compared to her partnership compensation. Some victories don't need words. Outside, a sleek black car waited to take me to the studio. My phone buzzed with a message from my COO. Stocks up 30% pre-market in Asia. Ready to change the world. I smiled, thinking of the shocked faces I'd left behind. Always ready. After all, success is the best revenge, especially when nobody sees it coming. The Bloomberg studio lights were harsh, but I remained perfectly composed. The host, Michael Jensen, leaned forward with practiced intensity. So, Catherine Mitchell, the tech world's newest billionaire. Or should I say, its best-kept secret. How does someone build a $6 billion company without anyone noticing? I smiled, knowing my family was probably watching. Success doesn't need an audience, Michael. It needs focus. The interview was going live across global markets. Asian trading had already responded. Our stock was up 40% and climbing. But that wasn't what made me check my phone during the commercial break. The messages had started pouring in. Dad, Catherine, we need to talk. Please. Mom, darling, I've had calls from every charity board in the city. Olivia, the managing partners want to meet you. Please call me. Uncle Robert, my investment committee is asking questions. We should discuss. I ignored them all, focusing instead on the message from Marcus, my COO. Goldman Sachs called. They want to schedule a meeting. I smiled, remembering my old corner office there. The one I'd foolishly walked away from 3 years ago. The same Goldman Sachs that had declined to invest in our first funding round. We're back in 30 seconds, the producer announced. Ms. Mitchell, Michael said as we returned to air. Your quantum encryption technology is being called revolutionary. Every major tech company will need to adapt. How does it feel to disrupt an entire industry? It feels like validation. I replied, thinking of all those family dinners where they dismissed my work. But this is just the beginning. After the interview, my phone showed 147 missed calls. The top tech news sites were running with the story. Stealth startup becomes Valley's hottest company overnight. Catherine Mitchell, the billionaire nobody saw coming. Quantum solutions. How one woman revolutionized cybersecurity. My executive assistant, Sarah, met me at the elevator of our headquarters. Your sister's been in the lobby for 2 hours. Of course she has. I checked the security feed on my phone. Olivia sat in her perfect channel suit, looking increasingly less perfect as time passed. Let her wait. My office occupied the top floor of the building, the one my family thought was just a small rental space. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the city skyline, including the Morrison and Sterling building where Olivia had just made partner. The Goldman Sachs team will be here at 2, Sarah reported. And the Times wants an exclusive on your journey from Goldman VP to tech CEO. Schedule the Times for next week. I sat at my desk, studying the latest market reports. Let's make Goldman sweat a little first. A soft knock interrupted. Marcus entered, tablet in hand. You might want to see this. He pulled up a LinkedIn post from Olivia. So proud of my brilliant sister, Catherine Mitchell, CEO of Quantum Solutions. Always knew she would change the world. Hashtag proud sister, hashtag woman in tech, hashtag family first. Interesting, I said. Considering last week, she told our cousins I was wasting my potential. Your uncle's firm also released a statement claiming they were early supporters of your vision. I laughed. The same uncle who froze my trust fund to teach me responsibility. Marcus grinned. Want to show them what real support looks like? I pulled up our investor dashboard. Released the Series B details. Let everyone see who really believed in us. The list was impressive. 3 of the world's top venture capital firms, 2 tech giants, and a handful of strategic investors. Notably absent, Uncle Robert's prestigious investment firm. Also, Marcus added, Morrison and Sterling's managing partner called. They want to pitch for our legal business. Olivia's firm. I raised an eyebrow. Let me guess, they suggested her as lead counsel. Said she'd give us the family discount. I shook my head. Schedule meetings with their top 3 competitors instead. Let's see how that partnership feels when she loses the year's biggest potential client. Sarah appeared in the doorway. Your sister's still downstairs, and your parents just arrived. I checked the lobby feed. Mom clutched her Hermes bag like armor. Dad looked uncomfortable in the modern space, so different from his wood-paneled bank office. Your call, Marcus said quietly, but the press will notice if the CEO's family isn't allowed upstairs. He was right. Image mattered now. I pressed the intercom. Send them up. But first, I turned to Sarah. Bring me the Goldman Sachs rejection letter from our first funding round, and Uncle Robert's trust fund freeze notification. Planning something? Marcus asked. Just gathering receipts. I straightened my simple blazer, the same one they'd probably assumed I couldn't afford better than. Success is best served with documentation. The elevator dinged. Olivia entered first, attempting to regain her courtroom confidence. Mom and Dad followed, taking in the sleek office with wide eyes. Catherine, Mom started. Why didn't you tell us? About what? I kept my voice neutral. The company valuation? The technological breakthrough? Or how about the fact that I bought the Morrison building last year? Olivia's head snapped up. You own my firm's building? Along with half the block, I smiled. Being a landlord is just a hobby, though, like playing with computers. Dad stepped forward. Sweetheart, we were wrong. We should have supported. Should have. I cut him off. Like when you supported Olivia's career, funded her law school, celebrated every promotion. I pulled out the trust fund freeze notification. Or like when Uncle Robert decided I needed to learn responsibility. Mom sank into a chair. We thought. You thought you knew better. I stood, walking to the window. You thought success only looked one way. Corner offices, law firms, investment banks. I turned back to face them. Want to know what real success looks like? I pressed a button, and the glass wall behind my desk turned transparent, revealing a massive workspace filled with engineers, developers, and researchers. That's what $6 billion of success looks like. 200 brilliant minds creating the future of cybersecurity. And not one of them cared what car I drove or where I lived. They cared about the vision. Olivia found her voice. The partners wanted me to discuss our firm's services, already scheduled meetings with your competitors. I watched her face fall. Might affect those partnership bonuses, I imagine. But we're family, she protested. Family? I picked up the Goldman Sachs rejection letter. Family would have asked what I was building, would have believed in me without needing the Wall Street Journal's validation. Dad stepped forward. We can fix this. Start over. Fix what? I raised an eyebrow. My successful company? My majority ownership? Or the fact that your failing daughter now has more net worth than your entire family combined? The silence was heady. Now, I checked my watch. I have a meeting with Goldman Sachs. Apparently, they're very interested in working with us now. Catherine, please. Mom tried one last time. Come to dinner. Let us make this right. I looked at them. Really looked at them. Mom's practiced polish showing cracks. Dad's authority deflated. Olivia's perfect world shaken. I have a better idea, I said finally. Next week, I'm speaking at the World Tech Summit. Thousands of attendees, global media coverage. You're welcome to watch, from the audience. They got the message. Success had changed everything, including who now held the power to extend or withhold invitations. As they left, Marcus returned with more updates. Our stock was still climbing. Interview requests were flooding in. The biggest names in tech wanted meetings. Ready for the Goldman pitch? He asked. I smiled, thinking of my old boss who'd questioned my decision to leave. Oh yes, let's show them what they missed out on. Because success isn't just about proving others wrong. It's about proving yourself right. And I was just getting started. The World Tech Summit main stage was everything I'd imagined during those long nights coding in my tiny office. 20-foot screens displayed the Quantum Solutions logo. 5,000 attendees filled the convention center's grand hall. Every major tech publication had front row seats. From the green room, I watched my family file in. 4th row, center section. Mom in channel, Dad in his power suit, Olivia looking uncomfortable without her usual authority. Uncle Robert had somehow secured a seat despite not being on the guest list. Typical. 2 minutes, Ms. Mitchell, the stage manager announced. I checked my reflection. Simple black dress, minimal jewelry, hair pulled back neatly. Not the family's usual definition of success, but perfectly suited for a tech CEO worth billions. My phone buzzed with a message from Marcus. Stock hit $450. Up 180% since WSJ article. Ready to shock them again? I smiled. They had no idea what was coming. The introducer's voice boomed through the speakers. Please welcome the founder and CEO of Quantum Solutions, Catherine Mitchell. The applause was thunderous. I walked out, command and confidence in every step. The screens behind me lit up with our latest technology demonstration. 3 years ago, I left a prestigious banking career to pursue what my family called a dream. Today, that dream is valued at $8 billion. I saw Dad flinch at the number. Higher than what they'd read in the press. But this isn't a story about money. It's about vision. While others saw encryption as a wall, we saw it as a door, a quantum door. The screens displayed our technology in action. The audience gasped as we demonstrated how traditional security systems fell before conventional attacks, while our quantum shield remained impenetrable. This morning, I continued, I'm pleased to announce that Quantum Solutions has been selected by the Department of Defense for a $12 billion security infrastructure contract. The room erupted. Photographers' flashes lit up like lightning. In the 4th row, Mom grabbed Dad's arm. Olivia's jaw dropped. Additionally, I smiled, knowing this would hit home. We've acquired Morrison Digital Securities. Olivia's head snapped up. Her law firm's biggest client, gone in one sentence. But perhaps most significantly, I paused, savoring the moment. We've established the Mitchell Innovation Foundation with a $500 million endowment to support young entrepreneurs who, like me, have a vision others might not understand. The screens show the foundation's first initiative. Full scholarships for women in tech, specifically those who'd been told they couldn't succeed. As I outlined our plans for global expansion, I watched my family's reactions. Dad's proud smile, too late to claim cred. Mom's tears, realizing what she'd missed. Olivia's rapid texting, probably to her panicking law partners. After the presentation, the press swarmed. Ms. Mitchell, how does it feel to be called the next Steve Jobs? Is it true you're now the youngest self-made female billionaire in tech? Any response to rumors about a potential Goldman Sachs merger? I handled each question with practiced ease, watching my family hover at the edges of the crowd. They'd have to wait, just like everyone else. Hours later, in my office, Sarah brought in the afternoon's headlines. Quantum Solutions lands historic defense contract. Catherine Mitchell, the woman who revolutionized security, tech's new queen. How one CEO changed the game. Your family's still in the building, she reported. Your sisters tried to get past security 3 times. I walked to the window, looking out at the city I now partially owned. Send them up. It's time. They entered like chastened children, not the power players they'd been just days ago. That was, Dad started. Revolutionary? I supplied. World-changing? Or just playing with computers? Mom stepped forward. We were wrong, Catherine. So wrong. Yes, I agreed simply. You were. The foundation, Olivia said. That's impressive. It's necessary, I corrected, so other women don't hear no from the people who should support them most. Uncle Robert cleared his throat. About the trust fund is still frozen. I cut him off. And will remain so. I'm doing quite well without it. Catherine, Dad tried again. We want to be part of this, part of your success. I turned to face them fully. My success happened without you, happened despite you. The time to be part of it was 3 years ago, when I needed support, not now, when I've proven everyone wrong. Then why let us come today? Olivia asked quietly. Because success isn't about revenge, I said. It's about growth. You needed to see that the daughter you dismissed changed the world. The sister you pitied now owns your firm's building. The niece you tried to control built an empire. I pressed a button, and the office windows turned transparent, revealing the full scale of our operations. Hundreds of employees, millions in equipment, the future being built in real time. This is what believing in yourself looks like, I said. This is what happens when you don't let others define your worth. Mom was crying openly now. Please, give us a chance to make it right. I smiled softly. You already did. Your doubt made me stronger. Your dismissal made me determined. Your lack of faith made me unstoppable. And now? Dad asked. Now? I checked my phone as another alert came in. Now I have a company to run, an industry to revolutionize, and a generation of entrepreneurs to support. You're welcome to watch, from whatever distance you earn. They left quietly, understanding finally that the power dynamic had shifted permanently. Success had transformed their dutiful daughter into someone they barely recognized, a leader, a visionary, a force. Later that night, alone in my office, Marcus brought in the final market report. Stock closed at $500. Market cap now over $10 billion. Send the numbers to the board, I said. And Marcus? Schedule the meeting with Goldman Sachs. Let's show them what they missed. They'll try to buy their way in now, he warned. Let them try. I smiled, thinking of all those doubting voices now turned to praise. Success isn't about who joins you at the finish line. It's about who believed in you at the start. My phone buzzed with another family message. I ignored it, focusing instead on the foundation proposals. Somewhere out there, another woman was being told she couldn't succeed, couldn't innovate, couldn't lead. I would make sure she could. Because true success isn't measured in billions or headlines or vindication. It's measured in impact and change, in showing others what's possible when you refuse to let anyone else write your story. And my story? it was just beginning. The Bennett family Christmas dinner was always a performance of wealth and status. This year, they'd chosen my cousin Victoria's modest penthouse, all 6,000 square feet of Italian marble and Central Park views. Alexandra, darling. Aunt Patricia air-kissed my cheek, Cartier bangles jingling. Still in that charming little studio apartment, I adjusted my carefully chosen outfit, simple sweater, worn jeans, scuffed boots. Let them think I couldn't afford better. Yes, Aunt Patricia, still there. How persistent of you. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Victoria, dear, look who's finally arrived. Victoria glided over in channel, perfect highlights catching the light from her crystal chandeliers. Cousin, we were just discussing real estate investments. But oh, she patted my arm condescendingly. You're still renting, aren't you? I thought about my real apartment, the entire top floor of my building, with its private elevator and rooftop garden. But instead, I just smiled. Yes, still in the studio. At least it's in Murray Hill. My other cousin Marcus chimed in, swirling his aged scotch. Though barely. What's the rent in that neighborhood now? $2,000 a month. $2,200. I replied, letting them assume it was a stretch for me. In reality, the monthly rental income from my building's other units was well into six figures. You know, Victoria's husband James leaned in, reeking of expensive cologne and bad decisions. I have some excellent investment properties available. Small units, perfect for someone of your means. I knew about James's investment properties, over-leveraged buildings with multiple violations, bought with borrowed money and questionable loans. I also knew about the foreclosure notices his company had received last week. That's so kind, I murmured, accepting a glass of wine that probably cost less than the cufflinks I'd left at home. Speaking of property, Uncle Richard boomed from his position by the fireplace. Did you all hear about the Morrison building sale? Entire block, prime location. Some mysterious buyer swooped in, paid cash. I sipped my wine to hide my smile. The Morrison building had been my latest acquisition, through a shell company, of course, along with the 6 other properties on that block. Must be nice. Marcus's wife Sarah sighed, adjusting her designer dress. We tried to get a unit there, but they're not selling anymore. Just leasing at ridiculous rates. Pathetic studio apartments going for luxury prices, James scoffed. Speaking of which, Alexandra, how do you even afford your rent? Still doing that. What was it? Consulting? Something like that, I replied vaguely, thinking of my real office. 40 stories up, overlooking the empire I'd built while they weren't looking. You know, Victoria said loudly enough for everyone to hear, we have an entry-level position opening in our leasing office. Perfect for someone who needs to understand real estate from the ground up. The room tittered. I checked my phone discreetly. Right on schedule. My property management company was sending out the New Year's lease renewals, including to everyone in this room. Still can't believe you're renting that pathetic studio. Marcus laughed, now on his 3rd scotch. At your age, you should own something, anything. Everyone joined in the laughter. The perfect moment. Funny you should mention ownership, I said quietly, pulling out my phone. I've been meaning to discuss the upcoming changes to your buildings. The laughter stuttered to a stop. My building? Victoria frowned. What are you talking about? I pulled up the Property Records app, projecting it onto their smart TV with a quick tap. See, I don't just rent that studio apartment. I own the building, along with this one, and most of the others, on this block. The room went silent as I scrolled through property deed after property deed, each showing the same owner, Alexander Bennett Holdings, LLC. That's impossible, James stammered, recognizing his own building's address. These properties are owned by Summit Development Group, a subsidiary of Alexander Bennett Holdings, I confirmed, enjoying his rapidly paling face, along with Premier Properties, Elite Management, and 6 other companies you've been trying to compete with. Victoria's wine glass slipped from her fingers, staining her imported rug. But you live in a studio, a convenient office actually, for meeting with potential acquisitions, I smiled. Like the Morrison building Uncle Richard mentioned. Though I prefer to keep my purchases quiet. Quiet? Marcus choked. How many buildings do you own? I pulled up another screen. In Manhattan? 27. Plus some commercial properties, development sites. I paused. Oh, and as of last week, the majority stake in James's failing company. James collapsed into a chair. The foreclosure notices. Were from my bank, I confirmed. Don't worry, I'll be restructuring things, starting with the management team. The silence was deafening. Aunt Patricia clutched her pearls. Uncle Richard's Scotch glass froze halfway to his lips. Victoria looked like she might faint. But you're just... Sarah struggled to comprehend. The poor cousin in the pathetic studio? I stood, straightening my simple sweater. Amazing what you can build while people underestimate you. My phone buzzed. The lease renewals had been sent. Right on cue, their phones started chiming. You should read those carefully, I advised, gathering my things. The new terms are quite different, especially the rent increases. I headed for the door, then turned back. Oh, and Victoria? About that entry-level position in your leasing office? I don't think you'll be doing much hiring anymore. The new owner has other plans. The elevator doors closed on their stunned faces, and I smiled. Merry Christmas indeed. The next 48 hours played out exactly as I'd predicted. My phone filled with increasingly desperate messages from family members suddenly discovering their true landlord. Victoria, there must be some mistake about the 40% rent increase. Marcus, about that comment regarding your studio. James, please, let's discuss the company takeover. I reviewed them from my actual apartment, the 5,000 square foot penthouse hidden behind that pathetic studio facade. Maya, my chief of operations, sat across from me, updating on the fallout. James tried to access his company accounts this morning, she reported, all frozen as per acquisition protocol. And Victoria called 3 different real estate attorneys. They all declined to represent her after checking ownership records. Maya smiled. Apparently, no one wants to challenge Alexander Bennett Holdings. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying my properties dotting the Manhattan skyline. The lease renewals? Going out as planned. Market rate adjustments for all units. She checked her tablet. Interesting how your family all managed to get below-market deals through James's company. Nepotism has its privileges, I mused. Until now. My phone buzzed. Uncle Richard requesting an urgent meeting. The family patriarch finally realizing his empire was built on rented ground. Should I decline? Maya asked. No. Set it for tomorrow. My office. I turned from the window. The real office. Speaking of which, Maya pulled up another report. James is in the lobby of their building now, trying to convince the management team he's still in charge. I switched on the security feed. James, his expensive suit wrinkled from sleeping in his office, gesturing wildly at staff, who'd already received their new ownership notices. "Send in the transition team," I instructed. "It's time for James to learn what corporate takeover really means." The next morning, I arrived at my downtown office early. The real one, 40 stories up, with views of the city. I was reshaping one building at a time. I'd changed from my poor cousin costume to what I actually wore to run a billion-dollar real estate empire. Tom Ford suit, Louboutin heels, power and confidence in every detail. Uncle Richard arrived exactly on time, his usual commanding presence diminished by uncertainty. The receptionist let him past the Alexander Bennett Holdings sign he'd somehow never noticed before. "My God," he whispered, taking in the scope of my operation. Screens covered the walls, showing real-time data from properties across the city. A dozen analysts worked at state-of-the-art terminals, managing the empire I'd built in secret. "Different from my studio apartment?" I asked, not looking up from my monitors. "Alexandra, why didn't you tell us?" He sank into a chair, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "Tell you what?" I finally turned to face him. "That while you were all mocking my choices, I was buying up half of Manhattan? That your precious real estate advice was outdated 20 years ago? That James's successful company was hemorrhaging money and violating dozens of regulations? We didn't know." "You didn't look," I corrected, too busy feeling superior to notice what I was building. My phone buzzed. The transition team had arrived at James's office. On my screen, I watched him being escorted out, box of personal items in hand. "James is finished in real estate," Uncle Richard stated, following my gaze. James was finished years ago. He just didn't know it. I pulled up his company's financials. Over-leveraged properties, illegal subletting schemes, maintenance violations. "Did you really think I'd let that continue in my buildings?" "Your buildings," he repeated softly. "All this time." "Remember last Easter?" I asked. "When Victoria announced she was raising everyone's rent through James's company, called it smart business, while looking right at my tiny studio." He nodded slowly. "I bought her building the next day. Could have raised her rent then, but I waited, watched, learned who else was involved in their little schemes. And now everyone pays market rate. No more family discounts. No more special treatment." I stood, walking to my wall of windows. "Welcome to professional property management." "The family won't forget this," he warned. I turned back, smiling. "Uncle Richard, what makes you think I want forgiveness?" His phone chimed, probably the lease renewal for his own penthouse apartment. The one he'd bragged about getting through James at half market rate. "You should read that carefully," I advised. "The new terms are quite specific about occupancy requirements and subletting violations." He paled, and I knew I'd hit the mark. Another of James's illegal arrangements exposed. When did you become this?" I gestured to my empire. "I always was this. You all just never bothered to see past the studio apartment." Maya appeared at the door. "The transition team needs authorization for the next phase." I nodded. "Start with James's office. I want a full audit by end of week." I turned back to Uncle Richard. "You should go. Your lease renewal needs attention, and the deadline's quite firm." He stood shakily, the family patriarch finally understanding how power had shifted. "Oh, and Uncle Richard?" I called as he reached the door. "Merry Christmas. The rent increase is my gift to the family. Think of it as financial education. After he left, Maya brought in the latest acquisition reports. 3 more buildings under contract, 2 development sites pending, and 1 very expensive lesson being taught to my family of assumption and arrogance. A week after Christmas, I sat reviewing the changes my revelation had sparked. The family group chat had exploded with accusations and blame, particularly aimed at James for hiding my ownership from them, as if they'd ever asked. Maya entered with the morning briefing. Victoria's tried to list her penthouse for sale. Tried? I raised an eyebrow. Apparently, she forgot about the sublease clause, the one saying she needs landlord approval. Maya smiled. Your approval? I pulled up Victoria's lease on my screen, another of James's special arrangements. She'd been subletting half her penthouse as a luxury short-term rental, pocketing the difference. Send her the violation notice, I instructed, and schedule an inspection. I want every illegal modification documented. Already done. Oh, and Marcus called again. Something about his commercial lease? I smiled, remembering Marcus's smug comments about my consulting work. His investment firm occupied 3 floors in one of my downtown buildings, another sweetheart deal through James. Let me guess, he's worried about the new terms? More like panicking. The market rate adjustment would triple his rent. I switched to the security feed from Marcus's office. He was pacing, phone in hand, designer suit wrinkled from stress. On his desk, the new lease terms laid out exactly what his arrogance would cost him. Have our leasing team reach out, I said. Offer him the same deal we give everyone else. Market rate, no special treatment. My phone buzzed. Aunt Patricia requesting an emergency family meeting at her apartment. The same apartment she'd gotten through James's connections in one of my best buildings. Should I decline? Maya asked. No. I stood straightening my Armani blazer. I think it's time to explain how things really work now. The family had gathered in Aunt Patricia's lavishly decorated living room, paid for with money saved from years of below-market rent. Their faces showed various stages of panic and indignation. Alexandra, Aunt Patricia started, we've been discussing the situation. The situation where you've all been violating your leases? I interrupted, taking the power position by the window. Or the situation where James's company facilitated tax evasion through illegal subletting schemes. Victoria gasped. Marcus loosened his tie nervously. We're family. Uncle Richard tried. Surely we can reach some arrangement. Like the arrangements that cost my company millions in lost revenue? I pulled out my tablet, projecting onto their smart TV. Let's review exactly what family has cost me. Spreadsheets filled the screen. Years of below-market rents, illegal sublets, unreported income, maintenance violations. Victoria's luxury sublets. I highlighted her row. Cost me $400,000 in lost revenue last year alone. Marcus' sweetheart commercial lease. Another $2 million under market. But James said. Victoria started. James committed fraud. I cut in. And you all happily participated while mocking my pathetic lifestyle. Uncle Richard stood, attempting his boardroom authority. Now see here. No, you see. I switched to the security footage from Christmas dinner. Their own voices filled the room, laughing about my studio apartment, offering entry-level jobs, dripping with condescension. I've watched you all for years, I continued as they squirmed. Breaking rules, cutting corners, feeling entitled to special treatment because of family. What do you want? Marcus finally asked, defeat in his voice. I want professional tenants who follow their leases. I want market rate rents and properly reported income. I stood. I want you all to learn that actions have consequences. And if we refuse, Victoria challenged weakly. I smiled. Check your emails. Their phones chimed simultaneously. I watched their faces as they read the formal notices from my legal team. Lease violations, subletting charges, tax reporting requirements. You're reporting us? Aunt Patricia whispered. I'm enforcing the law, I corrected. Something James forgot exists. This will ruin us, Marcus protested. No, I walked to the door. This will teach you how business really works. Welcome to professional property management. As I reached the elevator, Victoria called out. Wait, the entry-level position I offered. I didn't mean to insult me? I turned back. You did. You all did. For years. Now you can all learn what real estate management actually involves. Starting with following your leases. Back in my office, Maya brought in the latest reports. Victoria's illegal sublets are cleared out. Marcus is meeting with commercial realtors about alternate space. And James, how's the audit going? 3 more violations found this morning. The SEC might be interested in some of his creative accounting. I looked out over my city, watching the winter sun glint off buildings I'd quietly acquired while my family underestimated me. The quiet girl in the studio apartment had built an empire under their noses. Send them all new leases, I instructed. Standard terms, market rates, no exceptions. Even Uncle Richard? Especially Uncle Richard. I smiled. It's time the family learned how I really do business. My phone buzzed with another group chat notification. They were still arguing, still blaming, still not understanding that their world had fundamentally changed. But they would learn, one market rate lease at a time. 1 month after the Christmas revelation, I reviewed the transformation from my real penthouse office. Bloomberg's headline said it all. Alexandra Bennett, the stealth real estate queen who built $1 billion empire while her family wasn't looking. Maya entered with the morning briefing. Victoria's moved out of the penthouse. Downsized to a 2-bedroom in Queens. Outside my portfolio, I noted. Smart of her. Marcus's firm is relocating to New Jersey. They couldn't match market rates in any prime Manhattan buildings. Maya checked her tablet. Apparently, other landlords saw our lease terms and adjusted their rates accordingly. I smiled, remembering Marcus's condescending comments about my consulting work. Now his prestigious investment firm operated from a strip mall in Paramus. And James, the SEC investigation is proceeding. They're very interested in his creative accounting methods. Maya paused. Your Uncle Richard is here. Says it's important. I checked the security feed. Uncle Richard waited in the lobby, looking diminished in last year's suit. No more custom tailoring or premium scotch. Amazing how paying market rate rent affected one's lifestyle. Sent him up. He entered differently than he had at Christmas. Humbled, cautious, finally understanding who held the real power. Alexandra, he started, then stopped, taking in my actual office. The wall of screens showing real-time data from my properties, the teams of analysts managing my empire, the view of Manhattan he'd never noticed was mine. Sit, I gestured to a chair. How's the new lease working out? He flinched. It's adjusting has been difficult. Like adjusting to finding out your struggling niece owns half of Manhattan. I deserve that, he admitted, surprising me. We all do. The way we treated you, was exactly why I kept everything quiet. I finished. Why show your cards when people are so eager to underestimate you? My phone buzzed. Another property acquisition completed. My empire growing while my family shrank. The family's discussing bankruptcy, he said quietly. Victoria, Marcus, even Patricia. The market rates are what everyone else has always paid. I cut in. Welcome to real business, Uncle Richard. No more special treatment. That's actually why I'm here. He straightened slightly. To learn. I raised an eyebrow. Learn. You built all this while we mocked you. Acquired an empire while we bragged about trust funds and family connections. He met my eyes. Teach me how to do it right this time. I studied him, remembering all the family dinners where he'd lectured about proper business methods, all while running his company on nepotism and outdated practices. Why should I? Because you're better at this than any of us, he said simply. And because maybe it's time the family learned how real success works. I pressed a button, and the screens filled with my latest project. A revolutionary development combining residential, commercial, and sustainable technology. First lesson, I said. See those empty buildings on 47th Street? He nodded. Everyone ignored them because they looked worthless. Like a studio apartment in Murray Hill. I smiled. I bought them for pennies on the dollar last year. The new development breaks ground next month. Understanding dawned on his face. While we were bragging about luxury penthouses, I was buying the future. I finished. Success isn't about showing off. It's about seeing value where others don't. Teach me, he repeated. I considered the possibilities. The arrogant uncle who dismissed me now asking to learn. The family that had mocked my choices now facing the consequences of their own. 3 conditions, I said finally. First, you start at the bottom. Learning operations, maintenance, real tenant management. He nodded. Second, everything's merit-based. No family privileges, no shortcuts, no special treatment. And third, you help teach the others. I stood, walking to my wall of windows. If they want to learn, really learn, I'll show them. But they start at the beginning, just like I did. They might not all agree, he warned. Then they can keep paying market rate. I shrugged. Their choice. My phone buzzed again. Victoria requesting a meeting. Then Marcus. Then Aunt Patricia. Word spreading that there might be a path forward. Send them all the same message. I told Maya. Orientation starts Monday, 8 a.m., in my studio apartment. Uncle Richard smiled slightly. The studio that's actually your operations office. Amazing what people don't see when they're too busy looking down, I replied. After we left, Maya brought in the latest market reports. My property's values had doubled since the Christmas revelation. Turns out, professional management and market rate rents improved the bottom line more than family discounts ever did. Victoria's confirmed for Monday, Maya reported. Marcus too. Even James, once his SEC interviews are done. I looked out over my city, remembering the quiet girl they'd underestimated. The one who'd built an empire while they weren't looking. Now they wanted to learn her methods, understand her success, follow her lead. Send them all building passes, I instructed. But coded for basic access only. They need to earn the rest. The sun set over Manhattan, glinting off buildings I owned, illuminating an empire built on patience, observation, and the power of being underestimated. My family was finally ready to learn. I always knew this day would come. Sitting in our family's mahogany-paneled conference room, watching my Uncle Richard's face redden with what he thought was righteous anger, I felt strangely calm. The Winters family quarterly meeting had turned into exactly what I'd prepared for over the last 3 years. The numbers don't lie, Uncle Richard declared, pacing in front of the antique fireplace that had witnessed 4 generations of family politics. The trust's performance has dropped 12% since Alexandra gained voting rights. That's $240 million in losses. He slammed the financial report onto the gleaming table. My cousins Marcus and Victoria exchanged knowing looks. Aunt Patricia clutched her Hermes scarf, while my younger brother Thomas studied his Rolex, carefully avoiding my eyes. They'd all dressed for what they thought was my execution. Designer suits, family jewelry, perfect hair. I'd chosen a simple black blazer from Target, making them think I couldn't afford better. Furthermore, Uncle Richard continued, gesturing at the screen behind him, Alexandra has consistently blocked our traditional investment strategies. She's opposed every real estate acquisition we've proposed. I took a slow sip of water, remembering the properties they'd pushed. Overpriced developments in Miami, empty office buildings in Detroit, a failing casino in Atlantic City. All terrible investments dressed up in glossy presentations. The trust bylaws are clear, my cousin Marcus chimed in, straightening his Brioni tie. Any trustee whose actions result in significant losses can be removed by majority vote. He'd practiced that line, probably in front of his bathroom mirror. The family council consisted of 12 members. I counted the subtle nods around the table. They'd secured their votes before this meeting even started. Classic Uncle Richard, always preparing for war while preaching about family unity. Alexandra, Aunt Patricia leaned forward, pearls clicking against the table. Darling, perhaps this is for the best. You can focus on. What is it you do again? Investment management, I replied quietly. Victoria snickered. Running a little Robinhood account isn't exactly investment management, cousin. I thought about the key card in my pocket, the one that accessed the real investment office 6 blocks away. The one they knew nothing about. Yet. Before we vote, I said, pulling out my laptop, I'd like to present some additional data. There's nothing to present. Uncle Richard cut in. The losses are clear. All in favor of removing Alexandra from the Winters family trust. Hands rose around the table. My brother Thomas raised his last, still not meeting my eyes. 30 pieces of silver must buy a lot of German sports cars these days. Perfect timing, I said, connecting my laptop to the projector. Now we can discuss who actually manages the trust's investments. Uncle Richard frowned. We know who manages. Do you? I pulled up the first slide. 3 years ago, when I gained voting rights, I also became an independent investment manager. I established Winter Capital Partners. Your little side project. Victoria smirked. My firm, I continued, which now manages $8.2 billion in assets, including, as of last quarter, the majority of the Winters family trust funds. The room went silent. On the screen, transaction records appeared, showing the gradual transfer of our trust's investments to my management over the past 3 years. That's impossible, Marcus sputtered. The trust funds are with Sterling Management. Sterling Management, I smiled, which was acquired by Winter Capital Partners 6 months ago. That 12% drop Uncle Richard mentioned, it's the old portfolio he still sees. The funds I manage have grown 27% year over year. Uncle Richard's face had gone from red to pale. You can't. The bylaws don't prohibit trustees from managing investments through qualified firms, I continued. In fact, they encourage it. Section 7, Paragraph 4. which you all apparently didn't read. I clicked to the next slide. This is your Miami development property. The image showed a half-built abandoned structure. And this, click, is where I invested those funds instead. A gleaming tech campus appeared. Current ROI, 340%. Thomas finally looked up from his watch. Why didn't you tell us? You never asked. Too busy, assuming I was failing. I stood up, smoothing my target blazer. Now, about that vote. Before you remove me, you should know that Winter Capital Partners requires 6 months' notice to transition managed assets, during which time, as CEO, I have full investment discretion. The implications hung in the air like expensive perfume at a funeral. 6 months was a long time to manage billions of dollars when you're angry. However, I picked up my water glass. I'm happy to continue managing the trust's assets. Our performance speaks for itself. Unless you prefer, I focus on my other clients. Other clients? Aunt Patricia whispered. Did you think the Winters Trust was my only account? I opened my laptop's browser, showing the Winter Capital Partners client list. Major pension funds, tech companies, 3 competing family offices. The room erupted in chaos. Uncle Richard demanded proof. Marcus started texting furiously, probably trying to verify my claims. Victoria looked like she'd swallowed her family crest. But I wasn't done. Not even close. Now, I said over the noise, let's talk about what happened to that missing $240 million Uncle Richard mentioned. The silence that followed was deafening. Uncle Richard's hand trembled slightly as he reached for his Mont Blanc pen, a tell he'd had since I was 12, watching him from the corner of family meetings, while he manipulated votes and twisted arms. The missing $240 million, I continued, pulling up a new spreadsheet, wasn't lost. It was deliberately hidden. I highlighted a series of transactions, transferred through 7 shell companies before landing here. The final destination blinked on screen. Cayman Islands account, beneficiary, Richard Winters. This is absurd, Uncle Richard sputtered, but his pen dropped to the table. You're fabricating. J.P. Morgan's forensic accounting team verified everything. I distributed sealed blue folders to each council member. They're very thorough when potential fraud involves billions. Victoria flipped through her folder, her French manicure trembling. These transfers, they're signed by both Uncle Richard and Marcus. Marcus stood up so fast his chair crashed backward. This is a setup. You manipulated these documents to take control. I clicked to the next slide. Security footage appeared, showing Marcus and Uncle Richard in this very room at 2 a.m. 6 months ago, hunched over laptops. The cameras in here aren't just for show. They record everything, including late-night money movements. Thomas finally found his voice. You knew? All this time? I've known since they started, I replied, remembering the alert that popped up on my phone that first night. Every transaction, every shell company, every offshore transfer. I tracked them all. Why didn't you stop them? Aunt Patricia asked, her pearls clutched so tight they might snap. Because I pulled up another document. I needed to understand the whole scheme, including who else was involved. The screen filled with email correspondence. Cousin Victoria's name appeared prominently, along with her husband's law firm. Victoria's perfect composure cracked. Those emails are privileged. Not when they detail criminal conspiracy. I turned to face her directly. Did you really think using your husband's firm to create those shell companies would keep it hidden? Amateur move, cousin. The room erupted again. Thomas shot to his feet, pointing at Uncle Richard. "You promised me the European expansion if I voted with you today." "Sit down," Uncle Richard barked, but his authority was evaporating like morning fog. I let them argue for exactly 2 minutes before pressing a button on my phone. The conference room doors opened, and 3 men in suits entered. "This is Mr. Peters from the SEC." I gestured to the first man. "And these are Agents Miller and Thompson from the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. They're very interested in offshore accounts and family trust fraud." Uncle Richard's face went from red to gray. Marcus dropped into his fallen chair. Victoria started crying, perfectly silent tears that wouldn't ruin her makeup. However, I continued, "As trustee and CEO of Winter Capital Partners, I have a proposal." The room fell silent again. Even the FBI agents waited, having been briefed on what was coming. Option 1. I submit all evidence of fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy. You face federal charges, asset seizure, and public scandal. The Winters name becomes synonymous with fraud. I let that sink in before continuing. Option 2. Full confession, immediate resignation from the Trust Council, and transfer of your voting rights to independent trustees I selected. You keep your freedom, but not your power. "You can't do this," Uncle Richard whispered, but his eyes showed he knew I could. "I already have." I opened one last file on my laptop. The trust bylaws give emergency powers to any trustee who uncovers criminal activity. I executed those powers this morning. Your personal accounts are frozen pending review. Marcus lunged for his phone, probably to call his broker. All accounts, I emphasized, even the hidden ones. Thomas looked at me with something between fear and awe. "What about the rest of us?" "Those not involved in the fraud keep their positions and privileges. After today's vote is nullified, of course." I met each council member's eyes. "Choose carefully who you support going forward." Aunt Patricia was the first to move, sliding her chair away from Uncle Richard. Others followed, physical distance marking the death of old alliances. "You have 1 hour to decide," I said, checking my watch. "The SEC has a press conference scheduled for noon, either announcing arrests or praising the Winters family's cooperation with a routine audit." Victoria broke first. "I'll sign whatever you want." Her survival instincts were always strongest. Marcus and Uncle Richard exchanged looks. 3 decades of financial conspiracy crumbling in minutes. "The documents are with my assistant next door," I said, "along with evidence of every other scheme you've run since I was in college. Did you really think I spent these 3 years doing nothing but watching?" They filed out slowly, escorted by the agents. Thomas lingered last, looking lost. "The European expansion is still available," I told him, "if you earn it properly this time." He nodded and left, leaving me alone in the room where I'd once been the quiet observer, the underestimated niece, the trustee they thought they could bully out. My phone buzzed. A text from my real office. Goldman Sachs called. They heard rumors about Sterling's management changes. "Want to discuss increasing their investment." I smiled, straightening my target blazer. The morning's theatrics had served their purpose, but the real work was just beginning. After all, revenge wasn't my goal. This was about building something better from the ashes of their greed. And I was just getting started. By 3 p.m., the landscape of the Winters family empire had shifted seismically. I sat in my real office, the penthouse suite of a downtown high-rise with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. The target blazer was gone, replaced by what I actually wore to run an $8.2 billion investment firm. A tailored Armani suit that cost more than what they thought I made in a year. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since the SEC's press conference, where they'd praised the Winters Family Trust's proactive cooperation in uncovering certain irregularities. The family's PR team was already spinning it as a triumph of corporate governance. Maya, my chief of staff, entered with a stack of documents. They're all signing, even Richard. Of course they are, I replied, watching a Bloomberg alert scroll across my desk monitor. Winter Capital PRTNERS CUNFIRMS ACQUIS ITION of Steerlane Management SCTTs under management ECXCED $12 billion. Your brother's here, Maya added. Says it's important. I nodded. Send him in. And call Goldman. Tell them I'll take their meeting tomorrow. Thomas entered like a different person than the one who'd raised his hand against me this morning. Gone was the arrogant cousin who'd bought his way into the family's good graces. He looked younger, almost like the brother I'd grown up with. That blazer, he said, taking a seat. The whole quiet, submissive act. You played us all. You played yourselves. I turned my monitor, showing him the family trust's real performance charts. Too busy looking down on me to look at what I was building. 8 billion, he whispered. And now 12 with Sterling Public. He leaned forward. How long have you been planning this? I pulled up an old photo on my screen. Me at 22, graduating with dual degrees in finance and computer science. Uncle Richard stood beside me, smirking as he told reporters I was exploring my options before joining the family business. Since that day, I said, when Richard announced he was making Marcus head of investments instead of me. Family tradition, he called it. Women aren't suited for high finance. I remember. Thomas looked away. I laughed. Everyone did. I stood, walking to the window. So I built my own firm. Quietly, strategically, hired the best talent Richard kept overlooking because they didn't fit his country club image. Women, minorities, young innovators. And now you control everything, Thomas said. Not everything. I turned back to him. Just what matters. My phone buzzed. Maya's text. Victoria's husband just arrived. With lawyers. Right on schedule, I murmured. Thomas, you should see this. I pressed a button, and my office wall became transparent, revealing the conference room next door. Victoria's husband James sat with 3 attorneys, all looking grim as my legal team presented documents. What are they showing him? Thomas asked. Proof that his law firm knowingly facilitated tax evasion. I sat back down. In about 2 minutes, he'll realize the choice he faces. Surrender his partnership and take a public censure or risk disbarment and federal charges. Victoria will divorce him within a week, Thomas predicted. 3 days, I corrected. She's already contacted a divorce attorney. My surveillance team intercepted the calls. Thomas stared at me. You have surveillance on everyone? Only those who tried to steal from the family. I pulled up another file. Like your private meetings with Richard about the European expansion. He flinched. Alex, save it. I pushed a folder across my desk. Inside is your new position, head of European operations. Real this time, not Richard's empty promise. You'll report directly to the board, not me. Prove yourself. And in 3 years, you can earn voting rights back. Why? He asked, hands trembling as he took the folder. Because you're my brother. And unlike them, you were just misguided, not malicious. I met his eyes. Don't make me regret this. My phone buzzed again. Maya. Richards called an emergency family meeting at his house. All council members. I smiled. Right on schedule. You're not going? Thomas asked. Oh, I'll be there. I pressed another button, and a new image appeared on my wall screen. Live feed from Uncle Richard's study. The family was gathering, faces tense. How did you? I own the security company that protects all family properties. I explained. Have for 2 years. Every camera, every alarm, every private conversation. I hear everything. Thomas shook his head slowly. The quiet one in the corner. That's how they always described you at family meetings. The quiet one who watched and listened. The quiet ones are always the most dangerous. I said, standing. We should go. They'll be expecting us. Us? You need to start rebuilding trust, brother. This is your first test. I gathered my things, checking the markets one last time. Besides, you won't want to miss what happens next. What does happen next? He asked, following me to the private elevator. I smiled, thinking of the documents being delivered to every family member's house right now. The complete audit of every secret account, every hidden deal, every whispered conspiracy. Next, I said as the elevator doors closed, we rewrite the family legacy. And this time, we do it my way. The sun was setting as my driver pulled up, casting long shadows across the city I'd quietly conquered. In Uncle Richard's study, the family was gathering for what they thought was their counterattack. They had no idea what was coming, but they were about to find out. The mood in Uncle Richard's study was fractured when Thomas and I arrived. Gone was the united front from this morning's vote. Now they sat in nervous clusters, whispers dying as we entered. The room smelled of expensive scotch and desperate schemes. Uncle Richard stood by his prized Monet, the one he'd bragged about acquiring for $20 million. Alexandra, he forced a smile. We've been discussing terms. Have you? I moved to the center of the room, noting the open folders on everyone's desks, the full audits I'd hand delivered. Before you continue, that moment's a forgery. The real one's in a private collection in Geneva. You were scammed 5 years ago. He staggered slightly. Victoria gasped. Even in crisis, they cared about appearances. But that's not why we're here. I opened my laptop, connecting to the room's hidden cameras. The wall screen flickered to life, displaying a real-time feed of the FBI raiding Sterling Management's offices. This is happening at every shell company office simultaneously. Marcus lunged forward. You promised no arrests if we signed. I promised no arrests for those who cooperated fully. I corrected. Your 3 p.m. transfer attempt to a new Cayman account violated that agreement. The color drained from his face. Aunt Patricia turned on him, pearls swinging. You did what? Oh, he tried to move $50 million, I continued. My systems blocked it, of course, just like they blocked Victoria's husband from transferring partnership shares this afternoon. Victoria burst into tears. Real ones this time. He said he had a plan. Men always have plans, I noted dryly. That's why I built better ones. Thomas moved to stand beside me, a small gesture that spoke volumes to the family. The golden boy choosing sides. What happens now? Aunt Patricia asked quietly. I sat in Uncle Richard's chair, the power position he'd occupied for 30 years. Now we rebuild, properly this time. The screen changed to show Winter Capital Partners' latest performance metrics. Our legitimate investments outperformed the market by 31%. No fraud needed. No offshore schemes. Just intelligent, ethical asset management. The press, Uncle Richard started, will report that the Winters family, led by its youngest trustee, uncovered and corrected historical irregularities. I cut in. The SEC's already approved the narrative. Your reputation survive, provided you follow the new rules. I distributed new folders, thick documents with tab sections. Inside, you'll find the revised roles. Reduced compensation, obviously. No direct investment authority, but legitimate jobs with real responsibilities. They reached for the folders like drowning people grabbing lifelines. Patricia, you'll head our charitable foundation. Victoria, client relations. Your social skills might as well benefit the firm. Marcus, I paused. Compliance Department Junior Analyst. You'll learn how to spot fraud from the other side. And me, Uncle Richard asked hoarsely. Retirement. Effective immediately. The Palm Beach house is yours, but the jet gets sold. He slumped, decades of dominance evaporating. The trust itself, I continued, will be managed professionally. By my firm, naturally. Your quarterly distributions continue, provided you maintain ethical standards. One violation, and they convert to basic living stipends. Thomas stepped forward. And those who prove trustworthy can earn back privileges. Slowly, I met each pair of eyes. This isn't punishment. It's rehabilitation. The Winters name should mean something more than old money and hidden fraud. My phone buzzed. Maya sending the evening's market close numbers. Our public holdings were up 3% since the SEC announcement. The market loved a clean house. You've thought of everything, Aunt Patricia murmured. No, I stood smoothing my Armani suit. I just listened. All those years, sitting quietly while you plotted and schemed. I learned how power really works. I smiled. It's not about dominance. It's about responsibility. Victoria dabbed her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. When did you become this? I always was this. You just never bothered to look. I packed up my laptop. Monthly meetings start next week. Attendance is mandatory. Miss one, your distributions drop 10%. They nodded like chastened children. Even Uncle Richard, who'd never nodded to anyone. One last thing. I paused at the door. That missing $240 million, it's been recovered. All of it, plus interest. I looked at Thomas. It's funding our European expansion, legitimately this time. Outside, my driver held the car door. The evening air felt clean, full of possibility. That was. Thomas searched for words. Justice, I supplied, with a touch of mercy. They'll never be the same. Good. I checked my phone. Goldman Sachs had confirmed tomorrow's meeting. The old way was destroying everything. Sometimes you have to break something completely to rebuild it right. He laughed suddenly. That target blazer really was brilliant. Keep as a reminder, I smiled. Never judge by appearances. My phone buzzed again. Maya sending tomorrow's schedule. Board meetings, investment reviews, client calls. The real work of building something lasting. Ready to learn how it's really done? I asked Thomas. He nodded, understanding the opportunity being offered. Lead the way, sis. As we drove through the city, past buildings and businesses I quietly owned or controlled, I thought about that young graduate in the old photo. The quiet one they'd underestimated. The one who'd watched and learned and built an empire right under their noses. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destroying your enemies. It's forcing them to become better than they were. and I was just getting started. The moment I walked into TechCorp's headquarters that Thursday morning, something felt off. Security guards I'd known for years suddenly avoided eye contact. Sarah from HR was hovering near my office, clutching a manila envelope. And my brother David's executive assistant had already cleared his schedule, unusual for our busiest development day. I'd spent 15 years building TechCorp's software division from scratch, turning our father's modest IT consulting firm into a $300 million enterprise. Every critical system, every proprietary algorithm, every line of core code had my fingerprints on it. But apparently, that didn't matter when it came to traditional succession. Kate, David's voice boomed across the open office. Family meeting. Now. I followed him into the conference room, already knowing what was coming. Dad sat there, looking older than his 65 years, hands clasped tightly on the mahogany table. The leather portfolio in front of David, the same one he'd carried to his secret board meetings, held transfer paperwork I'd discovered weeks ago. "Let's make this quick," David said, straightening his Rolex. Mom's retirement gift to him. Dad stepping down. Boards appointed me CEO, effective immediately. I kept my face neutral, thinking of the encrypted hard drive in my bag. "Congratulations." "Thanks, sis." He smirked, shuffling papers. "Now about your position." "David," Dad interrupted, "maybe we should discuss the transition plan first." "No need." David waved him off. "Kate, you're fired." The room went silent. Outside, developers who'd worked under me for years pretended not to listen. "The board feels," David continued, emphasizing board like it wasn't just him and his golf buddies, "that your role is redundant. We're bringing in a new CTO from Microsoft. Someone with," he paused for effect, "actual management experience." I thought about the licensing agreements buried in my personal safe, the patent registrations filed under my holding company, the kill switches I'd quietly embedded in every major system. "You're firing your own sister?" Dad's voice cracked. "David, she built our entire software platform." "She wrote some code," David interrupted. "Code we own. Code any decent developer could maintain. Right, sis?" I smiled slightly, remembering the hundreds of sleepless nights spent architecting systems they thought were just code. The thousands of hours innovating solutions they couldn't even understand. The patents I'd filed personally while they focused on golf scores and board seats. "Right," I said quietly, "just code." "Security will escort you out," David continued, enjoying his moment. "Standard termination package. 3 months' salary, health insurance through the month. Oh, and we'll need your laptop." I handed over the decoy laptop I'd brought specifically for this moment. My real work machine was already wiped and destroyed. "Any questions?" David was practically glowing with authority. "Just one," I said, standing up. "Have you reviewed our software licensing agreements?" He frowned. "What?" "The licensing agreements. For all our operational systems. The ones that need renewal. Legal handles that stuff." He waved dismissively. "It says everything's current." I nodded. "Of course." "Well, good luck, David." "Dad." I turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and you might want to check who actually owns those patents you think are just code." "What's that supposed to mean?" David's smile faltered slightly. "Nothing. Just keep Monday morning free. You might have some technical issues to deal with." "Are you threatening me?" He stood up, face reddening. "In my company." "Your company?" I smiled. "We'll see about that. Enjoy your weekend." CEO. Security waited to escort me out. Jeff, the head guard who'd watched my kids when they visited, whispered, "Sorry, Kate. This isn't right." "It's fine, Jeff," I replied, loud enough for others to hear. "Everything's working exactly as designed." At my car, I made 2 calls. First to Marcus, my patent attorney. Execute Plan B. Monday, 9 a.m. sharp. Then to Lisa, my best developer who'd quit last month for a new opportunity. Actually, a position at my shadow company. Start the clock. And Lisa? Make sure every system logs show exactly who owns what. My phone buzzed with messages from the development team. "Kate, half of us are ready to quit. This is Bull's ***. We're with you. David doesn't even know how to open a command prompt." I replied to all, "Stay put. Monday will be interesting." Dad called twice. I let it go to voicemail. He'd made his choice 3 months ago when he'd let David stack the board with his country club friends. At home, I poured a glass of wine and opened my personal laptop. On the screen, a dashboard showed every TechCorp system, every license, every patent, all registered to Mesmerized Solutions, my private company. David thought he'd inherited our father's company. In reality, he'd just gotten an empty shell, dependent entirely on technology he didn't own. My phone buzzed again. A message from David. "Whatever you're planning, stop it. You're embarrassing yourself." I didn't reply. Instead, I set a countdown timer for Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. In 72 hours, every system in TechCorp would require license renewal. Every patent would need renegotiation. Every piece of just code would remind them exactly who built their empire. Sometimes the best revenge isn't making a scene. It's waiting for them to realize just how badly they've miscalculated. And David? He was about to get a very expensive lesson in software licensing. I spent Friday watching TechCorp's internal systems through my remote access. Access David didn't even know existed. Teams were scrambling to document processes, clearly realizing I was the only one who fully understood our architecture. The new CTO from Microsoft, Alan Brooks, had arrived early, already making rookie assumptions about our proprietary systems. My secure phone buzzed, a message from Lisa. "Brooks just tried to access the core repository. Should I let the authentication fail now?" "No," I replied. "Let him think he has access. Monday will be sweeter if they're confident." Through the security cameras I still controlled, another detail David had overlooked, I watched my brother strut around my former department. He'd already moved into Dad's corner office, replaced the family photos with his own achievements. Classic David, always focusing on appearances while missing the infrastructure that kept everything running. My other phone, the one David knew about, kept lighting up with messages. "Dad, Katie, please call me. We need to talk about this." "David, stop sulking. It's just business." "Sarah from HR, your severance paperwork needs signing." I ignored them all, focusing instead on my laptop where Marcus, my patent attorney, was walking me through Monday's strategy via secure video call. Mesmerized Solutions ownership is airtight, he confirmed, shuffling papers. Every patent, every piece of proprietary code, even the underlying architecture, all registered to your company. TechCorp's been operating on a licensed basis for 5 years. And David never noticed the licensing fees. Marcus smiled. He approved them himself, called them standard tech maintenance costs in the budget meetings. Never bothered to read what he was actually paying for. On another screen, I watched TechCorp's development team chat. Dev 1, Anyone else notice we can't modify core systems? Dev 2. Brooks says he'll rewrite everything from scratch if needed. Lisa. Good luck with that. Base architecture alone is 2M lines of code. I smiled, remembering the countless nights I'd spent building those systems while David played golf with board members. Every algorithm, every innovation, every elegant solution, all carefully registered under mesmerized solutions. My phone buzzed again. A message from Mom. Your brother's just trying to modernize the company, dear. Give him a chance. Modernize? Right. David thought modernization meant new office furniture and fancy coffee machines. He had no idea that the real value of a tech company lay in its intellectual property. Property I'd quietly secured while they underestimated me. Kate. Marcus interrupted my thoughts. Brooks is trying to access our patent files at the USPTO. Let him, I replied. He's about to get quite an education in IP law. I pulled up the kill switch interface, a beautiful piece of code that would require re-authentication of every license, every patent, every piece of proprietary technology. At 9 a.m. Monday, TechCorp would discover that their entire operation depended on technology owned by the sister they just fired. My secure phone buzzed again. A message from Jensen Technologies, one of our biggest competitors. Heard about the leadership change. Interested in discussing acquisition of mesmerized solutions patents. I replied, not for sale. But ask me again Tuesday. Through the security feeds, I watched David in Dad's old office, probably practicing his CEO poses in the window reflection. He'd always been like this, convinced that leadership was about image rather than substance. Even as kids, he'd take credit for my science projects, confident that no one would believe his little sister could be the real brain. The intercom beeped. My private assistant, Mr. Anderson, David, is trying to reach you on all channels. Should I continue blocking? Yes, but log everything. We might need it later. I turned back to my laptop, reviewing the licensing terms one more time. The agreement was clear. All intellectual property rights remain with mesmerized solutions. TechCorp's right to use the technology is contingent on maintaining active licenses. Licenses that expired. Monday at 9 a.m., I whispered, savoring the timeline. Another message from Lisa. Brooks just announced a complete system overhaul starting Monday. Says we don't need the old legacy code. I actually laughed out loud. Legacy code? They thought they could just replace 15 years of sophisticated engineering over a weekend? The arrogance was almost impressive. My phone lit up with a final message from David. Found your little patent files. Nice try. But company lawyers say everything you developed belongs to TechCorp. Stop playing games. I forwarded the message to Marcus, who replied immediately. He's looking at the internal documentation. Wait until he finds the actual USPTO registrations. Opening my safe, I pulled out the original patent paperwork. Every innovation, every major system component, all registered through mesmerized solutions while David was busy playing corporate politics. The company lawyers would figure it out eventually, probably around 9:05 a.m. Monday when everything stopped working. Lisa? I messaged. How's the team doing? Scared. Brooks is making big promises. David's threatening to replace anyone who questions him. Tell them to look busy. Act concerned, but don't fix anything. Monday morning, they'll understand. I poured another coffee and settled in for a long night of preparation. Through my monitors, I watched TechCorp's systems continue to run smoothly. For now, every line of code, every elegant solution, every critical function waiting for Monday's revelation. In his new CEO office, David was probably dreaming of stock options and board meetings. He had no idea that his first business crisis was already programmed and counting down. Sometimes the best revenge isn't immediate. Sometimes it's watching them celebrate their victory right before they discover it was actually their defeat. And David? He was about to learn a very expensive lesson about the difference between owning a company and controlling its technology. Monday couldn't come soon enough. Monday, 8:59 a.m. I sat in my home office, watching 6 different monitors tracking TechCorp's systems. The main screen showed a countdown. 0:00, 47 seconds, until every piece of proprietary technology required reauthorization. My secure phone buzzed. Lisa was already at the office. Brooks is giving a presentation about his modernization plan. David's here too. Full staff meeting in the main conference room. Perfect. Through the security feeds, I watched their confidence. David at the head of the table, that familiar smirk on his face. Brooks standing by a PowerPoint titled TechCorp 2.0. The future starts now. 8:59, 45 a.m. Before we begin, Brooks was saying, I want to address the concerns about our core systems. Yes, we're replacing everything. Yes, it's ambitious. But with my experience at Microsoft. 8:59, 50 a.m. David checking his Rolex, probably thinking about his first CEO press release. 8:59, 55 a.m. The development team exchanging knowing looks. They'd seen my code. They knew what was coming. 9:00, 0 a.m. Everything stopped. Every screen in TechCorp went dark for exactly 3 seconds. When they came back online, a single message appeared. License expired. System XCS requires authorization from METAS West LUTIONS. Through the security feed, I watched chaos unfold. Brooks frantically typing commands that went nowhere. Developers pretending to look surprised. And David, his face transitioning from confusion to anger to the first hints of fear. My phone exploded. David, what did you do? Dad, Katie, the systems are down. Brooks, Ms. Anderson, we need to talk. TechCorp legal. Urgent matter requiring immediate attention. I ignored them all, watching the second phase activate. Every computer displayed the same message. ATTNTION. All TechCorp operational systems are licensed through Metasys Solutions. Current status. ACCS. Please contact licensing at metasys.com for immediate assistance. The conference room erupted. Brooks was shouting about backup systems, which were also licensed through Metasys. David was turning that particular shade of purple he reserved for when things didn't go his way. 9:05 a.m. Right on schedule, Marcus sent the official notification. Dear TechCorp leadership, this serves as formal notice that all technology licenses previously granted by Metasys Solutions have expired. Continued unauthorized use of our intellectual property will result in immediate legal action. For reference, Metasys Solutions owns patents and rights to TechCorp's core operating system, all proprietary algorithms, customer management platforms, data processing architecture, security protocols. List continues for 3 pages. Current market value of licensed technology, $420 million. Through the cameras, I watched David receive the email. Watched him finally understand what just code was worth. My secure phone buzzed again. Lisa. Brooks just tried to access the backup servers. Should I tell him those are licensed too? Let him figure it out, I replied. How's David? Currently yelling at legal about patent law. They're trying to explain what intellectual property rights means. 9:15 a.m. TechCorp's stock had already dropped 30% as news of the shutdown spread. 3 major clients called to cancel meetings. The board was demanding an emergency session. Dan called again. This time, I answered. It was never just code, was it? He said quietly. No, Dad, it wasn't. David, he's threatening lawsuits. Let him. Marcus has 15 years of documentation showing exactly who developed and owned every system. While David was playing CEO, I was building an empire he didn't even understand. Silence for a moment. Then, what do you want? Want? Dad, I own the technology that powers every aspect of TechCorp. Without my licenses, you don't have a company. The question isn't what I want. It's what you're willing to give up to keep operating. Another call beeped through. Jensen Technologies again, probably raising their offer after seeing TechCorp's stock plummet. 9:30 a.m. David finally cracked. His message was desperate. Name your price. Whatever you want. Just turn everything back on. I replied with a single document. Complete transfer of CEO position and controlling shares to me. Effective immediately. You can't be serious, he texted back. Every minute systems stay down costs roughly $50,000 in lost revenue. Take your time deciding. Through the cameras, I watched him read the message. Watched the realization hit that his victory lap had lasted exactly 1 business day. My phone buzzed again. The board requesting an emergency meeting. With me, not David. Funny how quickly priorities change when millions are evaporating. 10:00 a.m. TechCorp stock down 45%. 3 more major clients threatening to leave. David's precious golf buddy board members calling frantically. I opened my laptop and began typing. Dear TechCorp board, by now you understand the situation. Every piece of technology that makes this company valuable belongs to mesmerized Solutions. My terms are simple. Complete leadership change. David's immediate resignation. New board elections. Full control of operations. You have 1 hour to decide between saving the company or watching it become worthless without its core technology. Regards, Catherine Anderson, CEO, mesmerized Solutions. As I hit send, Lisa messaged one last time. David's packing up his office. Brooks just called Uber. When should I tell everyone we can turn systems back on? When the paperwork is signed, I replied. And Lisa? Make sure the cameras record everything. Sometimes you need to keep memories of perfect moments. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't just winning. It's making them realize that they never actually had control in the first place. And David? He was about to learn that in tech, the real power isn't in the corner office. It's in the code. By Tuesday morning, the business world was buzzing with headlines. TechCorp leadership shakeup. Catherine Anderson takes control. Tech Sisters revenge. How hidden patents changed a company overnight. mesmerized Solutions reveals true power behind TechCorp's success. I sat in what was now my office, not David's, not Dad's, but mine, watching the stock rebound after the morning announcement. TechCorp shares had jumped 60% since I'd reactivated the systems and revealed our new leadership structure. The developers had given me a standing ovation when I walked in. Brooks was long gone, his modernization plan nothing but recycled paper in the shredder. And David? He'd left his Rolex on the desk. Mom's retirement gift, now looking more like a symbol of premature celebration. My secure phone buzzed. A message from Lisa. Google's CEO wants a meeting. Says your patent portfolio is incredibly impressive. Of course it was. While David had been practicing power poses in mirror reflections, I'd been revolutionizing enterprise software architecture. The patents he dismissed as just code were worth more than TechCorp's entire market cap. Dad appeared in my doorway, looking smaller somehow. The board meeting is at 10, I finished. And yes, you should attend. After all, you're still a shareholder. Minority shareholder, but still. He stepped in, glancing at the changes I'd already made. Gone were the golf tournament trophies and Manager of the Year plaques. In their place, framed patents and system architecture diagrams, the real trophies of a tech company. Your brother has been offered a position at Jensen Technologies, I said, pulling up an email. They think his traditional business experience could be valuable. Of course, they don't know he can't tell a database from a spreadsheet. Katie, it's Catherine, I corrected. Or Ms. Anderson, if we're being professional. My phone buzzed again. Microsoft wanting to discuss licensing agreements. Amazon inquiring about potential partnerships. Tesla's innovation team requesting a meeting. I never saw it, Dad said quietly. All those nights you worked late. The systems you built, I thought. You thought I was just the reliable daughter, the tech person, the support staff. I turned to face him fully. While David played golf with board members, I was building an empire right under your noses. Every system, every innovation, every piece of technology that made this company valuable, it was all me. Through the glass walls, I could see the development team working with renewed energy. They'd all received substantial raises this morning, along with equity in the newly structured company. The family dinner this Sunday, Dad ventured. Your mother's hoping. I have dinner with Google's executive team on Sunday, I replied, checking my calendar. And Monday, I'm meeting with venture capitalists about expanding Medicis solutions. Turns out a lot of people are interested in technology that can shut down a $300 million company with one command. My executive assistant appeared at the door. Ms. Anderson? The tech journalists are here for your interview. And Jensen Technologies called again about licensing agreements. Dad took the hint and stood up. At the door, he paused. For what it's worth, I was wrong. We all were. I know, I said, turning back to my monitors. The market cap proves it. The rest of the day was a blur of meetings, interviews, and strategic decisions. Every hour, our stock price climbed as the market realized what David had missed. TechCorp's value wasn't in its corporate structure or traditional leadership. It was in the technology I'd built and protected. Around 6 p.m., as the office was quieting down, Lisa brought in one last update. David's things have been cleared out, she reported. But we found something interesting in his files. He'd been planning to sell off the tech division, called it support staff, overhead. I actually laughed. Sell the only part of the company worth anything? Classic David. Also, she continued, Brooks had started documenting our systems. Want to see his analysis? She handed me a folder. Inside, pages of confused notes tried to make sense of my architecture. It was like watching a kindergartner try to decode quantum physics. My phone buzzed one final time for the day. A message from Mom. David's devastated. Surely there's a compromise. I typed back, "There is. He can apply for an entry-level position. Learn the business from the ground up. After all, isn't that what you always told me? Start at the bottom, work your way up." Looking out over the city skyline from my office, my real office, I felt a satisfaction deeper than revenge. This wasn't just about proving them wrong. It was about showing them what just code could do. The next morning, TechCorp's new leadership team gathered for our first strategy meeting. Gone were the golf buddies and country club networks. In their place sat tech innovators, patent attorneys, and development leads. First order of business? I announced. Rebranding. TechCorp is now officially merged with Medisys Solutions. Welcome to the future of enterprise technology. As applause broke out, I caught my reflection in the window. No power poses needed. No borrowed authority. Just pure technological dominance. David's last email sat unread in my inbox. "You've destroyed our family legacy." No, dear brother. I'd saved it, transformed it, turned a fading tech consultancy into a genuine innovation powerhouse. The family legacy wasn't in the name on the building or the corner office furniture. It was in the code. It always had been. And now, finally, everyone knew it. The best revenge isn't just winning. It's winning so completely that they have to admit they never understood the game in the first place. Welcome to my game. Welcome to my code. Welcome to my company. I arrived 15 minutes early to Anderson Consulting Group's monthly board meeting, deliberately choosing a seat at the far end of the mahogany table. My Uncle Robert, interim CEO since my father's retirement, barely glanced up from his iPad as I entered. Why would he? In his eyes, I was just the family disappointment, the one who'd refused a senior partnership 3 years ago to explore other opportunities. If only they knew what those opportunities had become. My phone buzzed quietly. A message from my COO. Microsoft contract signed. $300 million for initial phase. Apple meeting confirmed for Thursday. I typed back, "Perfect. Keep the Thomson Reuters deal quiet until after today's meeting. Let them throw their stones first." The Anderson Consulting Group boardroom tried hard to project success. Heavy curtains, aging leather chairs, that pretentious oil painting of my grandfather. But I could see the cracks in the facade. The carpet was wearing thin. The technology was outdated, just like their business model. Uncle Robert cleared his throat as the last board member settled in. "Let's begin with the quarterly numbers." He nodded to my cousin Peter, his son, and our supposed financial wizard. "Peter?" Peter straightened his Brooks Brothers tee. "Last season's pattern," I noted absently. "We're seeing a continued decline in our traditional client base. Revenue is down 23% year over year. The Maxwell account, which represented 15% of our billing, has given notice. Because they signed with her." Uncle Robert interrupted, jabbing a finger in my direction. "After she left us, they followed. Probably cut them a deal we couldn't match." I kept my face neutral, remembering the actual reason. Maxwell Corp was now paying my firm, Atlas Global Solutions, 10 times what they paid Anderson Consulting, for 10 times the value. "That's not exactly," I started. "We're not interested in your excuses, Sarah," Uncle Robert cut in. "This meeting is about saving the family business, a business you abandoned." The other board members, mostly family, a few long-term partners, shifted uncomfortably. They'd never understood why I'd left a guaranteed partnership to start my own firm. A woman in her early 30s striking out alone? It seemed foolish. "Actually," I said quietly, I'm here to propose a solution. A solution? Peter snorted. You can't even run a proper business. How many employees do you even have in that little consulting shop of yours? I smiled slightly. Enough. Uncle Robert stood, assuming the power position at the head of the table. Sarah, let's be clear. You had a chance here. Partnership track. Family legacy. Instead, you ran off to play entrepreneur. Now, 3 years later, while we're fighting to keep this company afloat, you what? Want to give advice? I want to help. Help? He laughed harshly. The only help would be bringing Maxwell back. But you probably lost them too, with whatever cut rate services you're offering. I pulled out my laptop. Would you like to see my client list? Why? So we can see which small businesses you've managed to scrape together. Robert, my Aunt Margaret cautioned. Perhaps we should listen. No, he cut her off. This ends now. Sarah, you're here because you still own 5% of Anderson Consulting. But let me be clear. You have no say in our operations. You can't even run a proper business yourself. Just sell us your shares and... Atlas Global Solutions. I interrupted, connecting my laptop to the projector. That's my company's full name. You've probably never looked it up. Why would we? The projection screen lit up. My company's client dashboard appeared, showing active contracts and revenue streams. Microsoft, Apple, Goldman Sachs, Thomson Reuters. The boardroom fell silent. As of this morning, I continued calmly. We manage digital transformation for 500 of the Fortune 1000. Maxwell didn't leave Anderson Consulting for cheaper rates. They left because we're the best. Our AI-driven consulting solutions, which this firm rejected as too experimental 3 years ago, now generate $4.2 billion in annual revenue. Peter's coffee cup clattered against its saucer. That's impossible. The Microsoft contract I just signed is worth more than Anderson Consulting's entire annual revenue. Times 3. I looked directly at Uncle Robert. Still think I can't run a proper business. You're lying, he sputtered. These numbers are public record. Atlas Global Solutions went public last year. Market cap of $22 billion. You might have missed it. I kept my married name off the paperwork. Aunt Margaret was frantically Googling on her phone. Her gasp told me she'd found the Ford's profile from last month. Now, I continued, about saving the family business. I have a proposition. But first, I smiled at Uncle Robert, still frozen in his power pose. Perhaps you'd like to revise your opinion about my business acumen. The silence was deafening. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I could see my driver waiting with the Maybach. A deliberate choice for today. Sometimes success needs to be obvious to be believed. My phone buzzed again. Thomson Reuters press release ready. Acquisition amount, $1.2 billion. Approve? I typed back quickly. Hold 1 hour. Family meeting running long. Let them squirm first. Looking up, I met Uncle Robert's stunned gaze. Shall we discuss that proposition now? Or would you like to question my competence some more? The antique clock on the wall ticked loudly, counting down the seconds until I would reveal phase 2 of my plan. The complete acquisition of Anderson Consulting Group. They thought Maxwell was a big loss. They had no idea what was coming. I opened another file on my laptop, watching their faces as they struggled to process their new reality. Sometimes the best revenge isn't proving people wrong. It's letting them realize just how wrong they've been, $1 billion at a time. The next hour in that boardroom was a masterclass in watching inflated egos deflate. I pulled up Atlas Global's latest investor presentation, letting each slide hammer home the magnitude of what I'd built while they dismissed me. Annual revenue growth, 300% year over year. Global staff, 12,000 employees across 23 countries. Average client contract value, $50 million. AI-driven consulting solutions, 98% client retention rate. Peter had gone pale, frantically cross-referencing numbers on his phone. Uncle Robert remained standing, but his power pose had withered into something more defensive. Aunt Margaret kept looking between me and the Forbes article she'd found, as if trying to reconcile the little girl she knew with the business titan on her screen. 3 years ago, I continued, clicking to the next slide. I presented a digital transformation strategy to this board. You called it unrealistic and too ambitious for our clients. I paused, letting the irony sink in. Last month, IBM paid us $400 million to implement that exact strategy across their global operations. But how? Peter stammered. The startup costs alone. You mean the seed money? I smiled. Remember that foolish investment I made in a small cryptocurrency exchange in 2017? The one Uncle Robert said would ruin my reputation. Uncle Robert's face darkened with recognition. That foolish investment turned into $50 million in initial funding. While you were all laughing at my crypto nonsense, I was building the foundation of Atlas Global. My phone buzzed again. Another message from my COO. Google's CEO wants to move up tomorrow's meeting. Says it's urgent. I typed back. Tell him I'm handling a family matter. He can wait. The irony wasn't lost on me. 3 years ago, these people wouldn't give me time to finish a presentation. Now I was making tech giants wait their turn. Sarah, Aunt Margaret ventured, why didn't you tell us? Tell you what? That while you were all criticizing my choices, I was signing contracts with companies you couldn't even dream of approaching. That every time Uncle Robert called my ideas impractical, another Fortune 500 CEO was implementing them. I stood up, walking to the window. Below, I could see the faded Anderson Consulting Group sign, once prestigious, now just dated. But that's not even the interesting part, I continued, turning back to face them. The interesting part is what happened 6 months ago. Peter frowned. What happened 6 months ago? I clicked to the next slide. The room went deadly quiet as they read the heading. Project Phoenix, Complete Digital Infrastructure Acquisition Strategy. You see, I explained, pacing slowly around the table. While Anderson Consulting was losing clients to cheaper competitors, Atlas Global was analyzing their entire client portfolio. Every contract, every relationship, every potential opportunity. Uncle Robert's hands gripped the back of his chair. You've been spying on us? Studying you. There's a difference, and what we found was fascinating. Another slide. 87% of your remaining clients are already in discussions with Atlas Global, not because we poached them, because they came to us. That's impossible, Peter protested. We would know. Would you? When was the last time you actually talked to the Maxwell Corp CEO? Because I had dinner with him last week. He's not just moving their consulting work to Atlas. He's bringing their entire digital transformation budget, $2 billion over 5 years. Aunt Margaret gasped. But here's the real question you should be asking. I continued, returning to my seat. If I know this much about Anderson Consulting's client relationships, what else might I know? The implication hung heavy in the air. I opened a thick folder, like the fact that your last 3 quarterly reports to shareholders contained material misstatements. Or that Peter's innovative cost-cutting measures included some creative accounting that the SEC might find interesting. Peter's coffee cup clattered again. This time, it tipped over entirely. Of course, I added, watching coffee seep into his sleeve. Atlas Global's due diligence team has found similar issues across many traditional consulting firms. It's amazing what people will overlook when they're desperate to maintain appearances. Are you threatening us? Uncle Robert's voice shook slightly. Threatening? No, I'm offering you a lifeline. I slid copies of a document across the table. Atlas Global Solutions is prepared to acquire Anderson Consulting Group. Full value for shareholders. Generous retention packages for key employees. Complete indemnification for any historical irregularities. The room erupted in whispers as they read the terms. The offer is valid for 24 hours. I continued over their murmurs. After that, Atlas Global will proceed with our expansion plans without you. And I suspect several regulatory agencies might become very interested in some of Peter's recent financial decisions. This is blackmail, Uncle Robert sputtered. This is business. I stood up, smoothing my Armani suit. The same business you claimed I couldn't run properly. The same business where you said a woman's touch would damage the firm's reputation. My phone buzzed yet again. Thomson Reuters press release still holding. Time sensitive. I checked the time. 53 minutes since they questioned my competence. It felt like a lifetime ago. I'll give you time to discuss the offer, I said, gathering my things. But first, one last slide. The projection changed to a simple photograph. Me at 28, presenting that rejected digital transformation strategy to the same board. In the image, Uncle Robert was checking his phone. Peter was smirking, and not a single person was looking at my presentation. I keep this as a reminder, I said softly. Not of your dismissal, but of the moment I decided to build something so massive, so undeniably successful, that you'd never ignore me again. Walking to the door, I turned back one final time. 24 hours, gentlemen. Oh, and Uncle Robert? That partnership track you thought I couldn't handle. I just bought my own firm instead. Several, actually. The Thomson Reuters announcement should be hitting the news any minute now. As I left, I heard Peter's frantic voice. She's not serious about the SEC thing, right? Right? Sometimes the sweetest revenge isn't just proving them wrong. It's making them realize they're now dependent on the very person they underestimated. Exactly 23 hours later, I sat in my real office, the entire top floor of a gleaming tower in Manhattan's Hudson Yards. The Atlas Global logo glowed softly on the wall behind me, visible from half of Midtown. Below, New York City sparkled like the empire it was, an empire where I now controlled more corporate decisions than the family who dismissed me ever could. My COO, David, stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, reading the latest updates. Thomson Reuters' acquisition made every major financial news outlet. Stocks up 12% since the announcement. And he smiled, checking his tablet. Anderson Consulting Group's remaining clients are calling. All of them. How many minutes until the deadline? I asked, though I already knew. 37. Your uncle's been in our lobby for the past hour. Of course he had. I pulled up the security feed. Uncle Robert paced near the reception desk, his usual Brooks Brothers confidence replaced by something more desperate. The Wall Street Journal, tucked under his arm, featured Atlas Global's latest triumph. Tech's new queen. How Sarah Anderson built a $22 billion empire while her family wasn't looking. Send him up, I said. And David? Release the Google partnership announcement in exactly 30 minutes. Let's see how Uncle Robert handles the news that we're redesigning their global consulting infrastructure. The office doors opened, and Uncle Robert stepped in, stopping short at the view. My office made Anderson Consulting's boardroom look like a small-town bank branch. Modern art worth millions adorned the walls. Multiple screens displayed real-time global market data. Success wasn't just visible here, it was overwhelming. The board has concerns, he started, trying to sound authoritative. I'm sure they do. I gestured to a chair. Unfortunately, you have. I checked my watch. 35 minutes to move past them. Sarah, be reasonable. This is family. Family, I interrupted. Like when you were reasonable about my digital transformation strategy. Or when you told clients not to waste time talking to me because I was just playing entrepreneur. He shifted uncomfortably. Those were different times. Different times, I repeated, pulling up a presentation on my main screen. Let's talk about these different times. Charts and graphs appeared, showing Anderson Consulting's declining metrics against Atlas Global's meteoric rise. While you were dismissing my ideas as unrealistic, I was building this. While Peter was making jokes about women in tech, I was signing contracts worth more than your entire company. And while you were all congratulating yourselves on maintaining traditional consulting values, I was revolutionizing the entire industry. The offer, he said quietly, it's too low. I actually laughed. Too low. Uncle Robert, I'm offering you twice your market value. I'm protecting Peter from an SEC investigation that would end his career. I'm saving the Anderson name from the humiliation of bankruptcy. And you think it's too low? My phone buzzed. David had sent the Google contract numbers. I turned my screen so Uncle Robert could see them. His face went pale. That's more zeros than Anderson Consulting will see in a decade? Yes, that's one contract. One. I have dozens like it. But why? He asked. Why buy us at all? You've clearly succeeded without. Because of this. I played a video clip. Uncle Robert at that fateful board meeting 3 years ago, saying, Sarah, honey, you don't understand how real business works. I paused the video on his condescending smile. I want you to understand exactly how real business works. When I acquire Anderson Consulting, notice I said when, not if, you'll report to me. Every decision, every strategy, every client meeting will require my approval. The little girl you dismissed will be your boss. The board won't accept. The board already has. While you've been standing in my lobby, they've been calling one by one. Funny how an SEC investigation threat focuses the mind. His shoulders slumped. The last vestiges of his corporate warrior pose vanished. 20 minutes. I noted. Oh, and you might want to prepare Peter for the Google announcement. Since he specifically told them last year that Anderson Consulting could handle their digital transformation needs. Google. What? Atlas Global is now Google's exclusive digital transformation partner. Global contract. 5 years. Numbers that would make your quarterly revenue look like a rounding error. My phone buzzed again. David's message. 4 more Anderson clients just called. They want to transfer their contracts before the acquisition. Time's running out, Uncle Robert. Both literally and figuratively. Sign now, and you get a graceful exit. Generous compensation. A story about a planned succession. Wait. I gestured to the wall of screens showing global market data. And watch what happens when we announce our next 3 acquisitions without you. He reached for the contract with trembling hands. One more thing, I added as he picked up a pen. That partnership track you said I wasn't ready for. I just bought 6 consulting firms larger than Anderson. And unlike you, they all saw my value before I owned them. The pen scratched across paper. With each signature, years of dismissal and doubt were transformed into sweet, corporate revenge. Done, he said quietly. Almost. I pressed my intercom. David? Release the Google announcement. And send in the transition team. Mr. Anderson needs to hand over his office keys and credentials. Immediately. Uncle Robert's head snapped up. But the contract says 2 weeks. The contract gives me immediate operational control. And my first operational decision is this. You're done. Right now. The car waiting downstairs will take you home. Your personal items will be shipped tomorrow. You can't. I can. I did. And Uncle Robert? I smiled, remembering every patronizing comment, every dismissed idea, every moment they underestimated me. This is how real business works. As security arrived to escort him out, I turned to the windows, watching my empire's reflection in the glass. Sometimes success isn't just about proving them wrong. It's about becoming so powerful that they can't ignore how wrong they were. And I was just getting started. 1 month after the acquisition, I sat in what was once Uncle Robert's office at Anderson Consulting, now just another subsidiary of Atlas Global Solutions. The dated decor had been replaced with sleek modern design. The old oil paintings swapped for digital displays, showing real-time performance metrics. The transformation wasn't just aesthetic, it was symbolic. My phone buzzed with a message from David. Final numbers for Q3. Atlas Global Revenue up 200%. Former Anderson Consulting Division, under new management, up 150%. Board meeting in 10 minutes. I smiled, remembering Uncle Robert's last prediction. She'll run it into the ground within a month. The new board meeting room was packed when I entered. Unlike the old family-dominated sessions, this room held serious players. CEOs of our acquired companies, tech industry veterans, global finance experts. Peter sat in the back corner, no longer the presumed heir, but just another middle manager who kept his job by cooperating with our forensic accountants. Good morning, I began, taking my seat at the head of the table. Let's discuss the Anderson integration results. The numbers spoke for themselves. Client retention, 98%. New contract values, tripled. Employee satisfaction, up 60%. Every metric that Uncle Robert had claimed would suffer under inexperienced leadership had skyrocketed. Ms. Anderson? My assistant appeared at the door. Your father's here. Dad, the former Anderson Consulting CEO, who'd stepped down 3 years ago, leaving Uncle Robert in charge because Sarah isn't ready for leadership. Send him in. He entered slowly, taking in the transformed space. Gone was the stuffy old money atmosphere he'd cultivated. In its place was something dynamic, modern, alive with possibility. The place looks different, he managed. Different is up 150% in revenue, I replied. Different just signed Microsoft, Google, and Apple as clients. Different works. He shifted uncomfortably. Your mother said you're not coming to Sunday dinners anymore. Being busy. Running multiple global companies takes time. Unlike watching them fail slowly out of stubborn adherence to tradition. Sarah, he started. Dad, why are you here? He pulled out a folder, my original digital transformation proposal from 3 years ago. I found this in my old files. Every prediction you made, every trend you identified, Every innovation you proposed, you were right about all of it. I know. And now, he gestured to the displays showing Atlas Global's market dominance. Now you've built something I never imagined possible. That was the problem, Dad. You never imagined it was possible. None of you did. My phone buzzed again. David, Fortune magazine wants you for CEO of the Year cover. Theme: the future of consulting. The irony wasn't lost on me. Your uncle, Dad said carefully, he's not doing well. The SEC investigation into his personal trading accounts isn't helping, I imagine. You could stop that. I could, just like he could have supported my ideas instead of dismissing them. Choices have consequences. The board members were filing in for our meeting. Several did double takes at seeing the former CEO standing there, looking diminished in the space he once ruled. The family's falling apart, Sarah. Peter's wife left him. Your Aunt Margaret barely leads the house. The country club, he trailed off. The country club where Uncle Robert loved to brag about how he'd never let a woman run his company. I stood up. The same club where I'd just bought a controlling interest. Dad's eyes widened. You didn't. I did. Amazing what $22 billion can buy, including the truth about who really understands real business. And there's no way to fix this? I walked to the window, looking out at the city where I'd built my empire. It is fixed, Dad. Anderson Consulting was failing. I saved it. The family reputation was built on past glory. I've made it relevant again. The only thing that's broken is your outdated perception of what I could achieve. And Peter, your cousin, has a job because I allow it. He's learning what real corporate governance looks like. What actual business ethics mean. Consider it the education Uncle Robert never gave him. The board meeting was waiting. My time was literally worth millions per hour now. Sunday dinner. Dad tried one last time. Your mother misses you. I have dinner with world leaders now, Dad. CEOs of Fortune 100 companies. People who see my value without needing to be forced by an acquisition. He turned to leave, then stopped. For what it's worth, I was wrong. We all were. I know that too. The difference is, now everyone knows it. Check tomorrow's Wall Street Journal. They're running a special feature. How Atlas Global's CEO transformed a family business into a global empire. The subtitle is interesting. Sarah Anderson, the leader her family failed to see. As he left, David entered with the latest acquisition reports. The Anderson integration exceeded projections by 40%. And the Google contract? They want to double it. I took my seat at the head of the board table, remembering all the times I'd been told to wait my turn, to know my place, to understand my limitations. One more thing, David added with a slight smile. The country club board? They want to make you president. Apparently, their current president, your uncle's best friend, is stepping down. Something about financial irregularities? I allowed myself a small smile. Schedule the vote for a Thursday. That used to be Uncle Robert's regular golf day. The board meeting began, and I watched these powerful business leaders, many of them men who'd once dismissed me just like my family had, hang on my every word. Every strategy I outlined, every vision I shared, was met with nods of approval and respect. My phone buzzed one final time. Time magazine cover story approved. The Queen of Corporate Transformation. How Sarah Anderson rebuilt an industry. Sometimes success isn't just about proving your worth. It's about creating a legacy so powerful that those who doubted you have to read about your triumph over breakfast every morning. And as I launched into our global expansion strategy, I couldn't help but think, the little girl they wouldn't listen to now controls their entire world. That's what real business looks like. I sat in my Audi RS e-tron GT outside my parents' sprawling Tudor mansion in Greenwich, Connecticut, deliberately leaving the $145,000 car around the corner where they couldn't see it. My mother's text had been perfectly crafted to wound. Family meeting. 7 p.m. sharp. We need to discuss your situation. My situation. That's what they've been calling my career choices for the past 3 years. Ever since I left my prestigious position as marketing director at Wallace & Sons to strike out on my own. Or as they saw it, to become a secretary. My phone buzzed. Jessica, my actual executive assistant, was updating me about the Morgan Stanley acquisition. Final offer, $2.3 billion. They won't go higher. I smiled, typing back, accept. Have legal prepare the documents. And Jessica? Perfect timing on that entrance we discussed. Of course, Miss Thompson. 7:30 p.m. sharp. I'll bring the Forbes advance copy. I checked my reflection in the rearview mirror, deliberately dressed down in a simple black blazer from Zara and minimal makeup. Let them think I couldn't afford better. The deception made tonight's revelation sweeter. The front door opened before I could knock. My mother stood there in her Channel suit, perfect highlights framing her disapproving frown. Emily, darling, you're late. By 1 minute, Mom. Details matter in business, dear. She ushered me inside. Something you might want to consider in your current position. The living room was set up like an intervention. Dad in his power spot by the fireplace, still wearing his CEO suit from Wallace & Sons. My older brother Michael and his wife Diana on the imported Italian leather sofa. Even Aunt Patricia had been called in, perched on the antique wingback chair like a vulture in Verses. Love the blazer. Diana air-kissed my cheek. Zara's having a sale? Trying to be sustainable, I replied, watching her horror at the thought of wearing off-the-rack clothing. Let's get started. Dad cleared his throat. We're here because we're worried about you, Emily. About your choices. Michael nodded gravely. 3 years ago, you had everything. Director of Marketing at Wallace & Sons. That penthouse on Park Avenue, Stewart. Ah yes, Stewart. The investment banker they practically planned my wedding to before I called it off to start my company. The same Stewart whose firm I'd outbid last week for a $500 million tech acquisition. Not that they knew that. And now, Dad gestured vaguely. Living in that tiny apartment in Brooklyn, working as some secretary, executive assistant, Mom corrected, as if that made it better. At some startup no one's heard of, Michael added. What's it called again? Thompson Digital Solutions? I bit back a smile. The company he'd never heard of had just been valued at $14.2 billion. Something like that. Barbara's daughter just made partner at Goldman Sachs. Aunt Patricia chimed in. Youngest female partner in their history. She paused meaningfully. That could have been you. I checked my watch. 7:24 p.m. 6 minutes until Jessica's entrance. Have you even told us what this company actually does? Mom complained. All this secrecy, these long hours, and what do you have to show for it? We found your salary range online. Michael pulled out his phone. $65,000 to $85,000 for an executive assistant in New York. Really, Emily? I make that in bonuses. Dad stood, assuming his CEO stance. This ends now. We've arranged for you to interview at Wallace and Sons next week. Junior marketing position. Less than you had before, but it's a start. And Stewart's still single, Mom added hopefully. He just made managing director. I'm happy where I am, I said quietly. Happy? Dad's voice rose. You're a disappointment. Working as some secretary when you could be. The door opened. Jessica walked in, impeccably dressed in Armani, carrying the advance copy of Forbes and a leather portfolio. Miss Thompson? Sorry to interrupt, but your jet is ready for tomorrow's Tokyo meeting, and the Morgan Stanley acquisition papers need your signature. Also, Forbes wants to confirm the cover photo for next week's 40 Under 40 issue. The room froze. Mom's wine glass stopped halfway to her lips. Michael's phone slipped from his fingers. Dad stood speechless, the word disappointment still hanging in the air. The acquisition papers. I held out my hand. Are those the final numbers we discussed? Yes, Miss Thompson. $2.3 billion. All cash offer. Diana choked on her champagne. Billion? Thompson Digital Solutions, I said, signing the documents with my Mont Blanc pen, is actually just a subsidiary. The parent company is Thompson Global Technologies. We're the world's leading AI and machine learning corporation. I paused, looking at my father. You might have heard of us. We just bought controlling interest in Wallace & Sons. The Mont Blanc hit the acquisition papers with a final flourish. Behind me, I could hear Mom's wine glass shatter on the imported marble floor. Jessica, please have legal process these immediately. And about tomorrow's Tokyo meeting. I stood up, straightening my Zara blazer. Let's take the Gulfstream G800 instead of the G600. It's going to be a long week. Of course, Miss Thompson. And about that dinner with Elon Musk next Thursday. Reschedule. Tell him I'm having a family dinner that night. I turned to my shell-shocked family. That is, if everyone's free. We had a lot to discuss about Wallace & Sons' new direction. The silence was deafening. Then from the sofa, Michael whispered, CEO. My little sister is a CEO. Actually, Jessica handed me the Forbes magazine. According to this cover story, she's the queen of AI. How Emily Thompson built a $14 billion empire while her family thought she was just a secretary. I smiled at my father, still frozen by the fireplace. So, Dad, about that junior marketing position. I think I'll pass. The next morning, I sat in my real office, the entire top floor of a gleaming skyscraper in Hudson Yards, watching New York City wake up through floor-to-ceiling windows. The Thompson Global Technologies logo glowed softly on the wall behind my desk, visible from most of Lower Manhattan. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since last night. Mom? Emily, please call us. We need to talk. Michael. Sis, about that junior analyst position I've been wanting. Diana. Just saw the Forbes preview online. Always knew you had potential. Dad, no messages. Jessica appeared with my morning coffee and market briefings. Your father's been in the Wallace & Sons lobby for 2 hours. Security wants to know how to handle it. I pulled up the lobby camera feed. There he stood, Richard Thompson Sr., still in his CEO suit, but somehow looking smaller than yesterday. The mighty head of Wallace & Sons, now technically my employee, waiting like any other visitor. Have him escorted up, I said, then added, and Jessica, hold all calls except Tokyo. While waiting, I studied the collection of artifacts on my office wall. mementos of the journey my family never knew about. My first patent certificate from age 23. The check from my first major client. A photograph of me signing the lease on our first real office. Back when Thomson Digital was just 5 people in a WeWork space. The door opened. Dad stepped in, then stopped, taking in the vast office with its commanding views, the multiple screens displaying real-time market data, the digital art worth millions, and the subtle signals of power I'd carefully cultivated. "Your mother couldn't sleep last night," he said finally. "The Italian marble is probably still dented from her wine glass." He winced. "Why didn't you tell us?" "Tell you what, Dad? That I was building something revolutionary while you were all busy pitying me." I gestured to a chair. "Or that I bought Wallace & Sons to protect it from your outdated management style." He sat heavily. "The board, they knew. The board voted unanimously for the acquisition. Your company's value dropped 40% in 2 years, Dad. The market's shifting to AI-integrated solutions, and Wallace & Sons is still operating like it's 1985. So all this time, when we thought you were working as a executive assistant," I supplied. "Yes, though technically, I was running global operations for an AI empire, building partnerships with tech giants, developing patents that are reshaping entire industries." I paused. "But you never asked what I actually did. You were too busy being embarrassed by my situation." He pulled out his phone, showing me the Bloomberg article that had just dropped. Emily Thompson, the stealth CEO who built a billion-dollar empire in secret. "There's a quote here," he said quietly, "from Elon Musk, calling you the most innovative mind in AI development. The same Elon Musk who's having dinner with you next Thursday. Wednesday now, actually. Thursday is the Wallace & Sons board meeting. First order of business. Voting on new leadership." The color drained from his face. "You're firing me?" "Retiring you, Dad, with a very generous package. The company needs fresh direction." "And Michael? He's been groomed to take over." "Michael," I interrupted, "lost $50 million on that failed Asian expansion last year. His grooming consisted of golf games and nepotism." Jessica's voice came through the intercom. "Miss Thompson, Tokyo is ready for the merger call, and the Bloomberg reporter is here for your exclusive." Dad stood, straightening his tie, a nervous habit I'd seen countless times growing up. "Emily, about last night, the things we said. You called me a disappointment, Dad, in front of the entire family, because I was just a secretary instead of following your prescribed path. I was wrong." "Yes, you were." I turned to the window, watching a private helicopter, mine, land on our building's helipad. You know what the worst part was. Not the insults or the condescension. It was that none of you, not once in 3 years, asked me if I was happy, if I was building something I believed in. You just assumed I'd failed because I wasn't following your definition of success. And now, his voice was small, now that we know. I turned back, letting him see the full weight of what I'd become. Now you get to watch from the sidelines. The Bloomberg reporter is here to cover the Wallace & Sons acquisition. Tomorrow, everyone will know that your disappointing daughter now owns the company you spent 40 years building. The family legacy is safe, just not in the hands you expected." I picked up a folder from my desk. "These are the terms of your retirement. Very generous compensation, board emeritus status, full benefits, but operational control ends next week." He took the folder with trembling hands. "All this time, You were planning this. No, Dad. I was building something extraordinary. Buying Wallace and Sons was just good business sense. I checked my watch. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a merger to negotiate with Tokyo. As he reached the door, he turned back. Your mother? She wanted me to ask about Sunday dinner. I'll have Jessica send a car. 7 o'clock. And Dad? Tell Michael not to bother asking about that analyst position. His trading record doesn't meet our standards. After he left, Jessica brought in the morning's acquisition reports. Your brother's been calling every investment bank in the city, trying to verify your net worth. I smiled, remembering Michael's smirk when he quoted my supposed $85,000 salary. Send him our latest SEC filing. Let him do the math himself. And the Wallace and Sons board packet? Distribute it tomorrow. Let them spend one more day thinking they work for Richard Thompson Sr. I picked up the Forbes magazine, my cover photo staring back confidently. Sometimes the best revenge isn't proving people wrong. It's letting them discover exactly how wrong they've been. The intercom buzzed. Tokyo is holding. Miss Thompson. I straightened my actual Armani blazer, no more Zara needed, and turned to the screens where some of Asia's most powerful executives waited. Time to show them what a secretary can do. The Wallace and Sons boardroom fell silent as I walked in exactly 1 week later. Gone was the Zara blazer, replaced by a perfectly tailored Channel suit. 15 board members sat around the mahogany table, my father at the head, for the last time. Michael sat at Dad's right hand, his usual smirk replaced by a tightened jaw. The SEC filing I'd sent him had revealed my net worth, $8.2 billion, more than the entire Thompson family combined, multiplied by 50. Good morning, I said, taking my seat opposite Dad. Before we begin, I believe there are some organizational changes to discuss. Now wait just a minute. Michael stood up, his face reddening. You can't just walk in here and... Actually, I can. I nodded to Jessica, who distributed leather portfolios to each board member. As of 9 a.m. this morning, Thompson Global Technologies owns 67% of Wallace and Sons voting shares. And as CEO of Thompson Global, I'm implementing immediate changes. This is our family company, Michael sputtered. Dad, tell her she can't. Sit down, Michael, Dad said quietly, already knowing what was coming. Let's review your performance, shall we? I connected my laptop to the projector. Under current management, Wallace and Sons has lost 40% of its market value. Failed expansion into Asia. $50 million loss. Failed digital transformation. $30 million wasted. Client retention rate dropping to 60%. The board members shifted uncomfortably. These weren't new numbers to them. But most concerning, I continued, is this. A new slide appeared. Internal emails showing systematic discrimination against female executives, including directives to maintain traditional leadership dynamics. Several board members glanced away. They'd approved those policies. That's taken out of context, Michael protested. We were preserving company culture. The culture that rejected my marketing proposals 3 years ago? I pulled up another email. Or the culture that called my AI integration plan cute and ambitious. Dad's face paled. He'd written that email. Here's what happens next. I stood up, commanding the room just as Dad had taught me, though never expecting I'd use these lessons against him. Richard Thompson Sr. retires, effective immediately. Michael Thompson's position is terminated, also immediately. The board will be restructured with a focus on technological innovation and diversity. You can't fire me. Michael slammed his hand on the table. I'm family. Exactly why I should. I pulled up his trading records. These unauthorized risks you took, under my leadership, they'll trigger an SEC investigation. Would you prefer that, or a quiet resignation with a generous severance package? The room went deadly quiet. Michael's face turned from red to white. You're destroying Dad's legacy. He tried one last time. No, Michael, I'm saving it. Wallace & Sons was 3 years from bankruptcy. Your traditional values were killing a 100-year-old company. Want to know what your sister, the secretary, did in the same 3 years? Jessica dimmed the lights. On the screen, Thomson Global Technologies' growth chart appeared, climbing like a rocket. Market cap, $14.2 billion. Client retention, 98%. Profit margins triple the industry standard. And this morning, we announced a partnership with Tesla for next-generation AI integration. That's why Elon keeps rescheduling dinner. One of the board members whistled softly. Another was already updating his LinkedIn profile. Dad. Michael looked desperately at our father. Say something. But Dad just sat there, finally seeing me clearly. Not as his disappointing daughter, but as the business leader he'd always wanted, just not in the way he'd imagined. The severance packages are generous, I continued. Health insurance, stock options, comfortable retirement for Dad. Michael, you'll receive 2 years' salary, provided you sign the non-disclosure agreement. Your trading records stay private. And if we refuse, Michael's voice cracked. Then the SEC gets very interested in your Asian expansion decisions. Those missing funds. I found them. Michael slumped in his chair. He'd embezzled millions, thinking no one would notice. But I'd noticed everything, documenting each violation while building my own empire. The cars will take you home. I gestured to the waiting town cars outside. Your offices have already been packed. But first, I placed one last document on the table. Dad needs to sign the leadership transition papers. Dad picked up the Mont Blanc, the same one I'd used to sign the acquisition papers in their living room. His hand trembled slightly. Was any of it real? He asked quietly. The small apartment? The secretary job? The apartment is real. I own the building. The secretary job was CEO from day one. I just let you see what you wanted to see. Why? Because 3 years ago, you all made it clear that my ideas weren't welcome here. So I built something better. Something that will take Wallace & Sons into the future, with or without the Thompson men. He signed the papers. Miss Thompson. Jessica appeared at the door. The press is ready for the announcement. Thank you, Jessica. I gathered my things, then paused. Oh, and Michael? That analyst position you wanted? The answer's still no. We only hire on merit. As I walked out, I heard one board member whisper, Did you see the Tesla deal numbers? Billions. Another replied, Forget that. Did you see her signature? She's been signing CEO for 3 years, right under their noses. In the elevator down to the press conference, Jessica handed me the latest market updates. Wallace & Sons stock was already up 30% on acquisition news. Thomson Global had gained another $1 billion in value since morning. Your mother called again, she said. About Sunday dinner? I smiled, thinking of the Forbes magazines I'd had delivered to every country club in Greenwich. By Sunday, every social circle that had whispered about my failure would know the truth. Tell her I'll be there, I said as the elevator doors opened to a wall of cameras. After all, I'm bringing a new family tradition. Success on my own terms. Sunday dinner at the Thompson mansion felt different now. The same imported crystal gleamed, the same Limoges china graced the table, but the power dynamics had shifted seismically. Mom had spent 3 hours with her personal chef preparing my childhood favorites, a peace offering wrapped in puff pastry and truffle sauce. I arrived deliberately early, having spent the morning closing a $5 billion deal from my office. The Thompson Global Technologies stock had jumped another 15% after the Tesla partnership announcement. Dad's retirement package had just gained several million in value. Not that he was celebrating. "Emily, darling." Mom rushed forward as I entered, then stopped awkwardly, unsure how to greet this new version of her daughter. The CEO version. The billionaire version. "Hi, Mom." I handed her a gift bag. From Milan. I remembered you loved their scarves. She pulled out the limited edition Hermes silk, her hands trembling slightly. We saw you on CNBC this morning. With Warren Buffett. Just a quick interview about market trends. I didn't mention that I'd flown back on my private jet specifically for this dinner. Let them wonder about my schedule, for once. Dad sat in his study, staring at the Wall Street Journal where my face graced the cover. Tech Stealth Queen. How Emily Thompson revolutionized AI while playing secretary. The article detailed my journey, including every project Wallace and Sons had rejected before I struck out on my own. The board ratified all the changes, he said without looking up. Unanimous vote. They're pragmatic. Thompson Global's technology will increase their bonuses tenfold. And Michael? Accepted the severance package. Had to, after our forensic audit found more discrepancies. I sat across from him. He's lucky I'm keeping it quiet. Mom appeared with drinks. My favorite whiskey, I noticed. She'd been doing her research. Diana called, she said carefully. They're getting divorced. After the SEC investigation. Michael's trading records weren't the only ones I found. I sipped the whiskey. Diana's been insider trading for years, using Michael's access. The doorbell rang. Mom froze. That must be Aunt Patricia. She insisted on coming. Perfect. I smiled. She should see this too. Aunt Patricia swept in wearing new designer labels, clearly purchased after learning of my success. "Emily, darling, I always told everyone you were the clever one." "Really?" I pulled out my phone. "Want to hear the recording from last week? When you called me a disappointment?" The room temperature dropped 10 degrees. That was a mistake, like telling Barbara's daughter she could have my office at Wallace and Sons. I raised an eyebrow. By the way, Goldman Sachs rescinded her partner offer after finding out about her involvement in Michael's Asian deals. Mom's hands shook as she served dinner. The conversation stayed superficial, safe topics like weather and wine vintages, until Dad finally asked the question they'd all been avoiding. "Why didn't you tell us what you were building?" I set down my fork. Remember my first marketing presentation at Wallace and Sons? I proposed integrating AI into our client services. You laughed. Called it cute, that I thought I understood technology. We were wrong, he admitted. Yes, but instead of fighting to prove myself, I decided to show you. Every patronizing comment, every dismissive gesture, it just fueled me to build something bigger. Something that would make Wallace and Sons look like a small-town operation. And now, Mom asked quietly, now that we know, now you get to watch. Watch as I transform the company you thought was too traditional to change. Watch as the daughter you dismissed as a secretary revolutionizes an entire industry. I turned to Aunt Patricia. Watch as I accomplish everything you said I couldn't. My phone buzzed. Jessica, right on schedule. Ms. Thompson, Beijing approved the merger, and Time magazine wants you for next month's cover. The table fell silent. Also, Mr. Musk confirmed dinner for Wednesday. His team loved the prototype. Dad's hand tightened on his wine glass. The prototype, my latest AI innovation, was worth more than Wallace and Son's entire market cap. Thank you, Jessica. Send the jet to Beijing tomorrow. I'll review the contracts personally. After I hung up, Mom tried again. We're having a family reunion next month. Your cousins would love to see you. The same cousins who mocked my secretary job on Facebook. Forward me their resumes. My HR team is always looking for entry-level positions. Emily, Dad's voice cracked slightly. We were wrong. Completely wrong. But you're still our daughter. Am I? Because last week, I was a disappointment, a failure, an embarrassment to the Thompson name. I stood up. Now I'm the most successful Thompson in history, and suddenly family matters. Please, Mom whispered. We want to make it right. I looked around the dining room at the trappings of success that had defined my childhood. The success they'd wanted for me, but only on their terms. Here's what's going to happen, I said finally. Wallace and Sons will be fully integrated into Thompson Global Technologies. Dad's retirement package is secure. Michael's secrets stay buried, provided he stays quiet. And you, I turned to my mother. You'll have to accept that your daughter isn't just successful. She's more successful than you ever imagined, on her own terms. And Sunday dinners? Mom asked hopefully. We'll see. My schedule's quite full between Tokyo, Beijing, and Silicon Valley. I checked my watch. A subtle Patek Philippe, worth more than their car. Speaking of which, I have a video call with Singapore in an hour. As I walked to the door, Dad called out, Emily? That AI proposal you made 3 years ago, I found it in my old files. It was brilliant. We were too blind to see it. I turned back one last time. No, Dad, you weren't blind. You just couldn't see past your own expectations. But that's okay. It made the view from the top so much sweeter. Outside, my driver held the door to the Maybach. Home, Miss Thompson? No. I smiled, thinking of the empire I'd built while they underestimated me. Take me to the office. Success doesn't sleep, and neither do I. The car pulled away, leaving behind a family finally realizing that their greatest achievement wasn't the son they'd groomed for success, but the daughter they'd failed to see coming. Sometimes the best revenge isn't proving people wrong. It's exceeding every expectation they never thought you could meet. The Winters' mansion loomed before me, all limestone and pretension, exactly like my mother-in-law, Patricia. I parked my modest Honda Civic between her Mercedes G-Wagon and Victoria's Range Rover, already imagining their practiced sighs of disappointment. My phone buzzed. A message from Marcus, my COO. New sign installation starts in 20 minutes. Sure you don't want to reschedule this emergency family meeting? I smiled, typing back. Perfect timing. Let them have their moment. Another text flashed. My husband Michael. Mom's in rare form. Sorry about this, Alex. You don't have to come. But I did. After 3 years of their subtle jabs and not-so-subtle interventions, it was finally time. I checked my reflection in the rearview mirror. Simple blouse, no designer labels, minimal jewelry. Let them think we were struggling. It made what was coming so much sweeter. The front door opened before I could knock. Patricia Winters stood there, perfectly coiffed in channel, her disapproval radiating like expensive perfume. "Alexandra, darling, you're late. By 2 minutes, Patricia. In business, timing is everything." She ushered me inside. Something Michael might want to consider in his career choices. The living room was staged like a corporate takeover. Robert Winters, my father-in-law, stood by the fireplace in his power pose, the same one he used in Forbes photo shoots. Victoria and her investment banker husband James lounged on the Italian leather sofa, matching Rolex watches glinting. Michael sat alone in an armchair, looking apologetic. "Now that everyone's here," Patricia began, taking her throne-like chair, "we need to discuss Michael's situation." "Our situation," I corrected quietly. "Yes, well," she waved her hand dismissively. 3 years since he left his position at Robert's firm to find himself in that little tech startup. "Software development company," Michael interrupted. "Whatever it is," Victoria chimed in, "it's clearly not working. James says the tech sector is oversaturated." James nodded sagely. "No room for new players without serious capital. What's your annual revenue again, Mike?" Michael started to speak, but Robert cut him off. "The point is, son, you had a future at Winters Capital. Executive track, corner office, real stability." He emphasized real while glancing at my unbranded handbag. "Instead," Patricia continued, "you're working endless hours at some unknown company, living in that modest condo, driving those practical cars." She made practical sound like a disease. "And Alexandra?" "Well," I raised an eyebrow. "Well, darling, we know you're trying to support Michael's dream." She sipped her imported coffee. "But surely you see it's time for a change. The country club membership has lapsed. No summer house this year. And those clothes," she gestured vaguely at my outfit. Victoria leaned forward, all false concern. "My friend's boutique is having a sale. I could take you shopping. Their discount section is quite accessible." I checked my watch. The maintenance crew would be starting soon. "We're here to help," Patricia pressed. "Robert can make one call, get Michael back on track at the firm. There's no shame in admitting something isn't working." "And what makes you think it's not working?" I asked softly. James scoffed. "Look around. No offense, but success has certain indicators. The right connections, proper appearances, social standing. Interesting perspective." I pulled out my phone as a notification popped up. "Right on schedule. Alexandra phones away during family discussions." Patricia chided. "We're talking about your future here. Your lifestyle clearly shows." "Our lifestyle shows exactly what we want it to show," I interrupted, standing up. "Michael, honey, would you open the curtains? There's something they should see." Michael grinned, the first real smile I'd seen from him all afternoon, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking downtown. Outside, a massive crane was lifting the final piece of signage onto the gleaming 50-story building across the street. Patricia squinted at the movement. "What are they doing to the Murphy building?" "It's not the Murphy building anymore." I watched as the last letter was secured in place. "As of this morning, it's the Alexandra Winters Global Headquarters." The imported coffee cup slipped from Patricia's manicured fingers, shattering on the marble floor. But that's impossible," Victoria stammered. That building's worth $1.2 billion. I supplied. Though that's just the real estate. The company itself. I opened my investor relations app. Closed at $14.3 billion market cap today. Robert stood so quickly, he knocked over his scotch. You're saying. I'm saying. I smiled. That maybe we should discuss what you consider indicators of success. But first, would anyone like to guess what Michael actually does at my little tech startup? The silence was deafening as the golden letters of my name caught the afternoon sun, casting shadows across their shocked faces. Finally, Patricia found her voice. But all this time, you've been Chief Technology Officer, Michael answered proudly, of my wife's company, the one you never bothered to ask about. I sat back down, smoothing my non-designer skirt. Now, about that emergency family meeting, shall we begin? The Waterford crystal scotch glass slipped from Robert's fingers, joining Patricia's coffee cup on the marble floor. No one moved to clean up either mess. 14 billion? James whispered, his investment banker facade cracking. He pulled out his phone, fingers trembling as he Googled frantically. Victoria peered over his shoulder, her perfect blonde highlights quivering. Oh my God. Oh my God. Alexandra Winters, Forbes 40 under 40. Leading women in tech. Market disruptor of the year. But you drive a Honda, Patricia said weakly, as if this detail somehow negated everything else. It's a good car, I replied. Reliable, practical, environmentally conscious, like all smart investments should be. I turned to James. Speaking of investments, how's that tech fund you started last year performing? He paled. Now he remembered. 3 months ago, he'd pitched his revolutionary investment strategy to my company's venture capital division. I'd been in the room, sitting quietly in the back, watching him stumble through his presentation. That was your company. He swallowed hard. When they said the CEO would review, I did review it. Personally, I smiled. Your numbers were inflated, your market analysis was outdated, and your tech understanding was. What did you call my husband's work? Cute? Michael squeezed my hand, trying not to laugh. Robert finally found his voice. But all these years, at family dinners, holidays, you mean when you seated us at the young professionals' table? Michael asked. Away from the real business discussions. A notification pinged on my phone. Marcus again. CNBC wants a statement about the headquarters unveiling. Also, Bloomberg's running the merger announcement in 10 minutes. Patricia caught the word merger as she peered at my screen. What merger? Oh, right. I straightened in my chair. That's actually why I chose today for the sign installation. We're acquiring Winters Capital's largest competitor. Robert's face went from pale to purple. Hamilton and Reed? But they're not for sale. I've been trying to partner with them for decades. They weren't for sale, I corrected, until I showed them our new blockchain integration platform. The same one Michael's been developing while you thought he was finding himself. Victoria's perfect makeup couldn't hide her confusion. But at Christmas, you were asking about my charity auction, about how to get involved in higher society. Market research, Michael explained. Your charity's digital payment system was outdated. We're launching a new nonprofit division next quarter. Thought we'd start with modernizing local organizations first. James started swaying. Local organizations? Wait, is that why the country club changed its membership software last month? Beta testing, I nodded. They gave us quite a discount on the lifetime membership fees in exchange. Not that we needed it. The room fell silent again as another notification lit up my phone. The Bloomberg article was live. I turned my tablet around, displaying the headline. Tech giant Alexandra Winters Global acquires Hamilton and Reed in $4.2 billion deal. Robert stumbled back into his chair. 4.2 billion. Would anyone like to see the real numbers? I opened our investor dashboard. Since you're all so concerned about our financial stability. Patricia raised her hand to stop me, her tennis bracelet jangling. I don't understand. If you had all this success, why keep it secret? Why let us think? Let you think what, Patricia? I leaned forward. That we were struggling? That your son made a mistake? That I wasn't good enough for the Winters family name? We never said. You said it every time you forgot to invite us to your corporate galas. Every time you asked Michael when he was getting a real job. Every time you suggested I shop at outlet stores or apply for positions at Robert's firm because family takes care of family. Victoria shifted uncomfortably. But your condo, it's so small. Our condo, Michael corrected, is the perfect size for us. We also own the building, and the one next to it, and most of the tech corridor downtown. The tech corridor? James looked like he might faint. But that's worth more than the annual GDP of several small countries. I finished. Would you like to discuss market capitalization now, James? Since you're such an expert on the tech sector? My phone buzzed again. Marcus, stocks up 12% on merger news. Board wants to move the quarterly meeting up to tomorrow. Also, ET wants to film the new headquarters for their billionaire offices segment. Robert cleared his throat. Alexandra, about what I said regarding Michael's career choices, and what you said about my little company at Thanksgiving, I added, or at New Year's when you explained hostile takeovers to me, because women should understand business basics. He tugged at his collar. I may have underestimated. May have? Michael stood up. Dad, you've spent 3 years telling me I was throwing my life away, that I was letting down the family name, that I needed to man up and join your firm. But son, if you just told us? Told you what? That I'm the CTO of a Fortune 500 company? That my wife's a tech visionary? Would you have believed us? Or would you have called it another pipe dream like you did when I showed you our initial business plan? Patricia dabbed at her eyes, careful not to smudge her makeup. We were just worried about your future. No, I said quietly. You were worried about appearances, about status, about what the country club crowd would think. My phone lit up with another message. I smiled as I read it. Speaking of appearances, I stood up, smoothing my practical skirt. I have a board meeting to prepare for. But before I go, I turned to Victoria. About that boutique sale? I actually bought the whole chain last week. Feel free to use my family discount. I hear the outlet section is quite accessible. The look on her face was worth every second of the last 3 years. Michael? I held out my hand. Ready to go run our little startup? He grinned, taking my hand. Lead the way, CEO. We left them there, surrounded by broken crystal and shattered assumptions, while outside, my name gleamed in the sunlight, 50 stories high. Sometimes success doesn't need to be announced. Sometimes it just needs to be revealed. And timing, as Patricia always said, is everything. The next morning, I sat in my corner office on the 50th floor, watching the sunrise glint off my name on the building across the street. directly visible from the Winters mansion. Marcus had arranged the sign placement perfectly. Your mother-in-law's called 6 times since 7 a.m., my executive assistant Sarah informed me, bringing in my morning coffee. Your sister-in-law's in the lobby, insisting she has a family right to come up. And Mr. Winters Sr. is trying to reach you through LinkedIn, email, and your board members. I took a sip of my coffee. Actual imported Italian roast, not the pretend luxury blend Patricia served. And James. Sarah smirked, tried to schedule a meeting to discuss investment opportunities. Through 5 different channels. How's his tech fund doing this morning? She pulled up the market data. Down 15% after news broke that Alexandra Winters Global rejected their partnership proposal. Apparently, some of his bigger clients are questioning his market insight. My phone buzzed with a text from Michael. Dad's waiting in my office. Says he won't leave until we talk. Your 9 a.m. is here, Sarah announced. The ET film crew for the Billionaire Offices segment. I straightened my Armani blazer. No more hiding in practical clothes. Send them in. And Sarah? Make sure Victoria can see the filming from the lobby. The next hour was a carefully choreographed display of success. The camera crew filmed my private elevator, the biometric security systems, the floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic city views. They lingered on the original Picasso in my conference room, the one Victoria had once lectured me about, explaining investment art to the uninitiated. Ms. Winters, the host asked, your company's rise has been described as meteoric, yet you've maintained an incredibly low profile until now. Why the change? I smiled, thinking of Patricia's broken coffee cup. Sometimes success speaks for itself. We let our innovation do the talking. And the new headquarters? The timing of the reveal with the Hamilton and Reed acquisition? Perfect timing is both an art and a science. I gestured to the building across the street. Speaking of which, right on cue, the maintenance crew began installing the digital display board below my name. Live stock prices, company achievements, and market rankings scrolled past in brilliant LED clarity, directly visible from the Winters breakfast room. My phone buzzed again. Michael, Dad's still here. Mom's now in the lobby with Victoria. Should I have security? No, I texted back. Send them to the main conference room. Time for a family meeting, our style. After the ET crew finished, I took the private elevator to the 48th floor. Through the glass walls, I could see them all waiting. Robert pacing, Patricia perched nervously on a designer chair, Victoria pretending not to stare at the view. Michael stood as I entered, fighting a grin. We'd rehearsed this moment. Welcome to our little startup, I said, activating the smart glass walls. They turned opaque, giving us privacy. I believe you wanted to discuss business. Robert stepped forward. Alexandra, about Hamilton and Reed. The acquisition? It's done. The contracts were signed last night, but I've been courting them for years. He ran a hand through his silver hair. We could have partnered, combined families. Like you combined families when you excluded us from business discussions, Michael asked. Or when you told me I was betraying our legacy by joining Alex's company. Patricia stood, smoothing her Gucci dress. Darling, we didn't know. If you just told us, like you told me about the country club board position that unfortunately went to Victoria instead. I pressed a button, bringing up our company financials on the wall screen. Or about the family investment opportunity you gave to James, but didn't mention to us. Victoria flinched at the numbers displayed. Our quarterly earnings exceeded Winters Capital's annual revenue. That's more than Daddy's company makes in 5 years, she whispered. 10, actually. I sat at the head of the conference table, my company, my rules. Now about that emergency family meeting. Robert's face flushed. Alexandra, we can explain. No need. I pulled up another screen. But since we're all here, let me explain something. Your firm's digital infrastructure is outdated. Your market approach is stagnant. And your biggest competitor is now my subsidiary. Patricia gasped. Subsidiary? Welcome to modern business, Patricia. Would you like to discuss timing now? The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Through the windows, my name continued to shine, a brilliant reminder of everything they'd underestimated. What do you want? Robert finally asked. I smiled, thinking of all their family dinners, all their subtle dismissals, all their condescending advice. Want? I'm offering you something, a chance to join the future, to be part of what Michael and I have built. I slid a tablet across the table. Your company's digital transformation proposal. Michael's been working on it for months. Victoria leaned forward. You're buying Daddy's company. No, Michael answered. We're offering to modernize it, to help it survive, because that's what family does. Right, Dad? They help each other. Robert picked up the tablet, his hands shaking slightly as he read. His eyes widened at the numbers. This would mean, he started. A complete restructuring, I finished. New technology, new approaches, new leadership. I paused meaningfully. New understanding of what success looks like. Patricia touched her strand of pearls, her nervous tell. And if we refuse? Then Hamilton and Reed's client list becomes very attractive to ambitious firms looking to expand. I shrugged. Timing, as you taught me, is everything. The silence stretched as they looked at each other, these people who dismissed us for so long, now sitting in my building, under my name, contemplating my offer. Well, I asked finally, shall we discuss the future? Or would you prefer to return to the country club and explain why Hamilton and Reed's new CEO doesn't accept your calls anymore? Robert cleared his throat. Where do we sign? I smiled, thinking of all those family meetings where they tried to plan our future. Welcome to Alexandra Winters Global. Let's talk about your career choices. 6 months after the emergency family meeting, I stood at the window of my office, watching the sunset paint the city skyline in shades of gold. The digital display on our headquarters now showed our latest achievement. Alexandra Winters Global reaches $20 billion market cap. My phone buzzed with a text from Michael. You'll never guess who's in the lobby again. I didn't need to guess. Patricia had been making weekly attempts to reach me, each one more elaborate than the last. Today's variation involved a harmless handbag, the same one she'd once told me I might be able to afford someday if I made better career choices. Mrs. Winters is insisting it's a peace offering, Sarah reported, entering with my afternoon reports. She's also brought a Wall Street Journal article about us. Apparently, we're their cover story. Tech's silent giant. How Alexandra Winters built an empire in secret. I smiled, remembering Patricia's coffee cup shattering on her marble floor. How's the Winters Capital transition going? Sarah pulled up the metrics. Digital transformation is at 85%. Robert's actually following Michael's implementation schedule. And Victoria, let me guess, another investment proposal? 3, actually. Though she did finally stop adding Alexandra Winters' sister-in-law. to her email signature. The elevator chimed, and Michael walked in, looking amused. Mom's gotten creative. She's telling everyone in the lobby about her visionary daughter-in-law and how she always saw your potential. I raised an eyebrow, like when she saw my potential at Christmas and suggested I take a basic coding class at the community college. To be fair, he laughed. She now tells everyone she was testing your humility. My phone lit up with another notification. Marcus, Forbes wants to do a family business feature. Interested? Before I could respond, Sarah announced, James is here too. Says he has a game-changing proposition. Still trying to save his tech fund? Michael asked. I pulled up the market data. James's fund had lost another 20% since our revelation. Turns out, his clients didn't appreciate learning their tech expert had failed to recognize one of the biggest players in the industry, even when she was sitting across the family dinner table. Should I send them up? Sarah asked. I considered the poetic justice. Patricia, who'd spent years orchestrating family meetings to discuss our situation, now waiting in my lobby. James, who'd mansplained tech trends to me at every holiday, now watching his fund collapse after missing the biggest trend of all. Conference room, I decided. The small one. 10 minutes later, I walked into the deliberately chosen space. The small conference room was still larger than Robert's entire office at Winter's Capital, with better views and significantly more advanced technology. Patricia stood immediately, clutching her Hermes peace offering. Alexandra, darling, you look executive. Her eyes widened at my actual channel suit, not the outlet version she'd once recommended. James hung back, tugging at his collar. The wall screen behind him displayed our stock price, up another 3% today. Patricia, James. I sat at the head of the table. I believe you wanted to discuss business. Family, Patricia corrected quickly. We're here as family. Interesting distinction. Different from last year's emergency meeting? She flushed. About that, we may have been hasty in our judgments. Hasty? I pulled up our company's latest valuation on the wall screen. Is that what we're calling it? James stepped forward. Look, about what I said regarding tech sector expertise. You mean when you called Michael's coding work cute hobby programming? He swallowed hard. I have a proposal. My fund, with your name attached, is losing millions because you didn't do proper market research. I smiled. Speaking of research, how's that boutique chain doing, Patricia? The one Victoria said I should shop at? They filed for bankruptcy last month. I know. We bought them yesterday, planning to integrate their sales platform with our new retail technology division. I paused. The outlet section will be quite accessible. Patricia clutched her handbag tighter. Alexandra, we're trying to make amends. Are you? Or are you trying to salvage your social standing now that everyone knows who really controls the city's tech corridor? The door opened, and Michael entered with Robert. My father-in-law looked different now. Humbler, less commanding. Amazing what a few $1 billion could do to a person's posture. The Hamilton and Reed integration is exceeding projections, Robert reported, then added quietly, you were right about the blockchain implementation. Like Michael tried to tell you 3 years ago. He nodded, looking at his son with new respect. I should have listened. Yes. I stood up, smoothing my designer skirt. No more hiding in practical clothes. You should have. You all should have. But you were too busy planning our futures to notice we'd already built one. Patricia stepped forward, offering the Hermes bag. We were wrong. About everything. Please, can we start over? I looked at the bag, the same model I had 3 of, in different colors, sitting unused in my closet. Status symbols meant something very different now. Start over? I pressed a button, and the wall screen filled with photos. Every dismissive family dinner, every condescending holiday gathering, every emergency meeting about our choices, or move forward. They stared at the evidence of their past behavior, documented in high-resolution clarity. Forward, Michael said firmly, but on our terms. I nodded. First term, no more emergency family meetings about our life choices. Second, Michael added, Dad steps down as CEO of Winter's Capital. I'll oversee the digital transformation personally. Robert started to protest, then looked at the stock price display. Agreed. And finally, I turned to Patricia. No more helpful career advice. No more social engineering. No more trying to fix what was never broken. She placed the Hermes bag on the table, a surrender flag in designer leather. Anything else? I smiled, thinking of all the family dinners to come, all the holiday gatherings where things would be very different. Yes, I picked up my tablet. I believe you have some experience planning charity galas? Our new foundation needs an event coordinator, someone who understands timing. Patricia's eyes widened at the opportunity and the implicit challenge. Welcome to the family business, I said, the real one. Outside, my name continued to shine over the city, but it wasn't about the sign anymore. It was about what it represented. Success built on our terms, victory earned in silence, and power revealed at exactly the right moment. Sometimes the best revenge isn't proving people wrong. It's letting them realize they never really knew you at all.